Доброе утро или доброго времени суток. Всем привет. Получилось завести стрим несколько раньше, чем планировалось. Ну, возможно, и к лучшему. Привет, Эмма. Да, принцесса еще не домучена. Хочется посмотреть другие рауты, другие пути. Хотя, я думаю, они будут такие же уродливые в общем отношении, как и те, что были вчера. Ну, сегодня там через сейвлоудом пообузим. Вообще посмотрим разные ответвления. Основной посыл так-то уже понятен. Этой love story, или, скажем так, сборника love story. Ох. Закручено, заверчено тут. Не то чтобы много, но... Опять же, не все так очевидно для всех, как оказалось. Уж что-что, а психодела и... Да, психодела тут нету, по факту. Уж не знаю, как тут можно увидеть обилие психодел. Но опять же, я не перевожу, поэтому могут быть сложности с восприятием английского текста, озвучки на стриме. Не будем списывать это со счетов. С игрой Франц. А что за Франц? Ну-ка. Ice Peak Lodge. Почему я про нее не знаю? Если это наши ледорубы. Мобильная, что ли, игра? Ну это понятно. Это мобильная игра, мобилочка. Понятно, почему я про нее не знаю. О чем она? М. Нытьем. Ну да, да, есть некоторая схожесть. Судя по вот этому общему описанию, что я читаю, да, тут тоже это рефлексия, это нытье. Да-да-да. Тут как бы откровенного нытья в Slay the Princess нету, но рефлексия является важной частью повествования. Второй важной частью. Первая часть — это, конечно же, сами рауты. Потому что каждый раут — это отдельная история. По сути, отдельная love story, отдельный роман. И уже потом они все вместе собираются в финальной рефлексии. Ну так, да, чё, Slay the Princess. История любви, история о разбитом сердце, если коротко. Нытье автора, ну ладно, рефлексия автора на тему отношений в художественной образной форме. Обилие аллегорий, аналогий, гротеска. Добавим сюда ненадежного рассказчика, персонификации всякие, антропоморфизм, еще там разные приемчики используются. Так что в целом это сделано грамотно. Никакого тут сюрреализма и психодела нету. Арты в игре, да, приятненькие. Да. Вообще даже жалко главного героя. Каждый раз начинает заново, каждый раз пытается, каждый раз все фейлится, каждый раз сердце разбивается. Ну, неизбежно, да, неизбежно. Вот. Всегда герой умирает, всегда умирает принцесса, непонятно, что дальше. Тлен и печалька. Голоса пропадают, голоса возвращаются. Все забывается, все вспоминается. Бесконечное, вечное ожидание. Ах. Ох уж этот романтизм. Ну ладно. Немножко лирического отступления. Я более чем уверен, что все равно так или иначе это пройдемся по этому, по всем этим моментам в процессе. Или как минимум соприкоснемся еще разочек. Что я хочу? Я хочу еще раз проверить контролы. Да. Что я хочу из этого использовать? Скипы.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Ох уж этот голос рассказчика. Все-то он знает, до определенных пределов. Он знает, что должно быть сделано. Он знает, но это ничего не изменит. Естественно, хоткея под QuickSave нету. Сделаем отдельный. Первый выбор, он у нас, как это ни странно, происходит в первой главе. И он определяет, какой принцесса будет во второй главе. Опять же, наши выборы, последствия.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds. Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs. Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey. While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her. Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a... Oh, if only that were the case. But I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both, like I said, I don't make the rules. Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it. Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right? Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens, but a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the... Are you serious? No, you... It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Будет, если мы не пойдем в кабину.
Seriously? You're just going to turn
Прям
around
вот сразу,
and
да.
leave? Do you even know where you're going? Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Потому что в прошлый раз мы могли сделать это только один раз. Мы уже были слишком близки к концовке, чтобы
Good.
повторять это.
What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
Ну, герой появился.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess. There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who has ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness, but it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Ranger.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin, you're here to...
Stranger. Route Stranger.
I can assure you that you're not dead, and that the princess has yet to end the world. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best... I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else... If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet. And you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task at... What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. If we're stuck going in there, Maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind. The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if he wants us to take it. Maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it. No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. You can't just say that. But when everything here is so wrong, listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, you've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to...
Обычно у нас выбор взять или не взять нож. Зеркало почти всегда бесполезно.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Я забыл водички налить. Сейчас be right back. Я вернулся. И я во всеоружии. О. Согревающий чаек, пледик. Ой, все как мы любим. Поехали дальше.
There was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Не будем брать нож. Пойдем так.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from nothing here seems to belong. And the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it. The kind of... If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her voice. A disquieting collage of tone and personality drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day. You step to the right. The path feels soft and reassuring against your feet. The stairs almost seem to cradle you as you make your way down, like they're guiding your heels from one step directly to the next. You barely have to extend any effort to descend, the stairway doing most of the work for you. You don't feel like there's any concern that you might slip or tumble or lose your way. But the further you go, the deeper you sink in. First, it's like a lovely plush carpet, your toes digging down and barely hitting any resistance at all. But soon enough, you're fighting just to keep your knees from sinking out of sight. The softness threatens to swallow you whole, to wrest control of your body and surround you in a false ethereal bliss, pretending to save you from the cruelties of choice and consequence. It's slow going, but you manage to fight against the overwhelming urge to fall back into comfort and nothingness, the very struggle to continue forward consuming your every thought. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you okay?
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
Мне определенно нравится начало этого раута. Такой sneak-peek в будущее.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. You don't think I'm some sort of monster, do you?
Everything you've heard about me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures, and where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan! Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best. It must be fear creeping into your heart.
You know you can't stop me.
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I, which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We could always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
I don't know what happened to you, but you look like you're in one piece now. But I understand. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in. I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs managed to chew you up,
I will devour you.
Are you looking for the truth? Or are you looking for the right answer? What do you want me to say? That I'd be a good person? I'm a prisoner here, and whether or not you shoved me down here, you're practically my captor at this point. Anything I'd say is tainted by that. Besides,
You already know what I'm going to do.
if you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction. It's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse. This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Но у нас нету выбора. Как выбрать все и сразу.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
Но похоже, тут есть вариант с помощью ножа освободить ее от цепей. Внезапно. Вот это боевой раут. Верхний, нижний, непонятное.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
Вот это вроде wild раут.
But this... We can't...
Все смешалось.
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart.
Да появился этот нож.
I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others
They just don't fit.
They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
Во что мы ее превратили? Не важно, что мы ответим.
She's gone. Where did she go?
Не важно,
Should
что мы
we try and
ответим.
find her? And there's that mirror again. Right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. Then what the hell are we supposed to do? It is. Does that mean the world ended? Again, what the hell are we supposed to do? There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. No. Don't do that. I'm begging you, don't do this.
Никогда тебя не пугало.
It's different now. It feels... I
С
don't
этого
know.
момента она будет пугать его
Final.
постоянно. Это ты. Пусто и спокойно.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel. My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. There's nowhere for you to be but here.
убить ее, убить себя нельзя.
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own.
Очередной взгляд.
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths unwalked. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart.
Слишком рано. Я не помню такого ответа.
Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves. I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you? A person, a set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks. You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us. I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt. How can the world have ended if we are talking? You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you. She is part of me, and part of me is her. You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends? I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free. I know only that they are. Nothing as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom. Then we will be here forever, as we are now, unfinished, dry, hollow. I have not lived. I am not afraid to die. Everything, until we meet again. More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home. You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold. How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated. If you need time, then I'll wait with
Ждем вечно.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern
Ох, сейчас же игра
repeating itself
закроется.
until it can no longer bear the weight of its
Кажется, мы это
internal
проходили.
cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Да, кажется, все-таки в этой игре есть небольшой момент разрушения четвертой стены. Именно сейчас. Да. И игра свернулась, закрылась. Забавно.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Интересно, что будет, если подождать подольше? Есть ли какая-нибудь фраза, если, например, годик подождать, прежде чем заново открывать игру? И ведь не проверишь, пока не попробуешь. Ну ладно, оставим этот момент на потом. И потом, когда-нибудь в будущем, если приведется, вспомним про это, вернемся и посмотрим, чем закончится. Но про это не стоит забывать, про эту возможность. Это интересно.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Опять разбили зеркало. Сколько можно?
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to...
Так, если мы загрузимся, мы будем... Если мы загрузимся, игра вылетит. Почему? Потому что автосейв? Нет. Еще раз. Квиксейвы. Автосейвы. Ладно, вернемся сюда. Здесь не важно, будем ли мы брать кинжал или нет.
You take the blade. Okay,
вот
fine.
раз
How are we
возьмем.
supposed to hold? The other way. Thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler. It really doesn't matter how you hold.
Да, но мы можем его держать за другой конец.
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations. Yes! Isn't this so much better? Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
И мы можем выкинуть его в окно. Курсор, кстати, тоже поменялся. Да, теперь он гораздо круче.
Yes! Do it! Seriously. You throw the blade at the window, glass showering the cabin as your weapon flies out into the night.
Причем
I suppose you'll just
и
have to
слева, и
deal with the
справа окно
princess without
сломалось.
it. We'll be fine, don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that. I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be much better if we had a weapon. What's done is done. The door to the basement creaks open. Nothing here seems to belong. The air here has a sickening, if the princess lives here, her voice.
Hello?
No. Oh, don't. I don't want to do this. We don't even. But we already tried turning around and leaving. And what's the fate of the world? There'll still be.
В этот раз пойдем по центру.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides.
Да.
You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else.
Все эти второстепенные пути. Но мы идем вперед по центру. Центральный путь.
So
Центризм.
you take one careful, focused step after another. One foot down, another foot down,
Шаг
another
за
after
шагом.
that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways. But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much.
Единственный
You
путь,
slowly
который
lose sense of
не
yourself
менялся
the further you go.
чересчур.
Time disappears, physical sensations dull and then vanish. Consumption and betrayal.
Can I help you?
Ага. Переплетение путей.
What the hell was that? I feel so strange.
Ну, так или иначе, мы возвращаемся к ней.
And yet here you are. How strange. Do you remember anything at all? Do you know why you're here? Do you know me?
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. She's so blank. I have no idea who she is. Isn't that fun? A new puzzle for us to take apart. If she's keeping her cards close to her chest, it's because she wants to deceive you.
It's okay. Don't worry. Sometimes I get lost here too.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. Where there was once just one of her. We can do that? I don't like this. You said you'd been. Does it matter? Yes, it matters. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Oh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her. Wait, that's not right. Go on. Take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You can feel yourself rupture, though you find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it. Is this what the end of the world looks like? But this... Do you not have anything? No, I don't, because luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on for falls apart. I think we were never going to salvage this world.
What happened to us? What are we?
Так или иначе, оно все возвращается сюда.
She's gone. And is that... I'm begging you. This doesn't feel... Yeah, don't.
Something finds me. I am solitary light. I think that you are like me. We are oceans. Yes, Nerves, and these ones are a contradiction. I am sorry that you met. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Вот эта фраза про то, что мы пошли этим путем в самом начале, что-то да значит. Она тут не просто так. Вчера, например, ее не было.
And yet here you are.
The shadows, she isn't that if she's keeping as the prick can do. I don't like you said. Does it matter? Yes, it seems to whatever you. Oh, you.
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago. And what's that supposed to mean?
She fractures. I don't like. Neither do I. How would we? Would always the one. I wasn't the one. Oh come. Well, I don't think we're gonna be. It kind of hurts. It certainly.
I don't remember what it was like before I was.
I'm probably stuck down here forever. Sometimes
You're not. Princess.
you can call me Princess if you'd like.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
None of them have names. How astute. I told you.
Кстати, единственный вопрос, который не разбивает ее дальше.
Is this a quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm.
But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place, I'm going to
end the entire world.
This is reaching its breaking point if you don't. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of the... Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly... Just do something.
Надо пожалеть о том времени, когда выбросил кинжал в окно.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins. Your perception.
Так или иначе, кинжал все равно у нас оказывается в руках.
Use it to strike at her. Is this what the end of the
Неизбежно
world? But this,
здесь.
we can't.
Это неизбежно.
There's something. I'm begging.
Так, ладно, а если мы... Это что? Авто. Просто прокрутка. Хочу вернуться... Куда? Сюда, наверное.
Seriously? Somehow I doubt that, but well, I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do, ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. You're really... Killing is such a gauche phrasing and completely ignores the bigger picture. Your task is to slay the princess because she's terrible and she's really got it coming to her. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? There's always a choice. But let me tell you right now that you're making the correct decision for pretty much everyone. We can't just go through with this and listen to him. She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. The interior of the cabin is almost in the blade is your...
Вот так мы просто возвращаемся на основной маршрут. Ничего по сути не дает.
You take the blade. Okay, fine. You took it how we... The other... It really... You switch your grip. Yeah. It really does... The door to the... Nothing here. The air... If the... Her voice... You step onto the...
And yet here you are. How strange. Do you remember anything at all? Do you know why you're here? Do you know me?
As the princess speaks again, it's almost... We can do that? Wait, that's not right. You're right. He is. There's something... I'm begging you.
Yes, these ones are a contradiction. A wine. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Пробуем все-таки выкинуть кинжал. И закончим, да, вторую главу таким образом. Я сохранился, да? Ясно.
Seriously? There won't be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing forever. Fine. I suppose you're really keen on wasting... When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over us. And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too. So if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well. But fine, you turn... There's always a choice. Let me... A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. If he doesn't remember what happened, I don't know. The entire world... If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone. The world really did end last time. The world hasn't ended yet. What are you talking about? You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this sip. A warning. She will lie. If we're stuck, ignore him. Let's... The cabin interior, the only... If you want to know, I've already... You can't listen to me. And if you're going... You take the blade. Okay, fine. You took... You switch your grip on the blade. Ooh. We should look at ourselves. There's death. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to... I care about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else could he be hiding from us? I'm not lying to you, I promise. There isn't a mirror. Really. We shouldn't waste time preening. If he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. So we're all in agreement then. You walk up to the wall next... It's really... You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. But it was there a second, and now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and Then we'll see whatever it is. Yeah! Seriously. We'll be fine, don't worry. I'm not so sure. What's done... The door... Nothing here seems to...
Налево жесткие ступеньки, направо мягкие ступеньки. По центру обычная лесенка.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths, you concentrate on...
And yet here you are.
The shadows recede. She's so... Isn't that fun? If she's keeping her cards close to her...
It's okay.
As the princess speaks... We can do that? I don't like that. You said... Does it matter? Yes, it matters. Seems to me, whatever you saw last time... Oh, new...
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would
We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here.
Princess.
You can call me Princess.
It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long.
None of them have names. How astute.
There must be something wrong with you.
Может быть,
I'm the
стоило
same as I
в
was a
определенном
moment
порядке
ago.
их вызвать, а потом спросить, как их зовут. Таким образом, мы спросили каждую.
I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my
Мне
skin?
кажется, что мы это уже делали.
She fractures again. I don't like whether... Neither do... How would always the one he... I wasn't... Oh, well... Okay, this can't even... We need to get out.
I don't have any weapons, and I'm chained to a wall. Do I look like someone that could end the world?
Everything you've heard about me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
This is reaching its breaking point, but how do we decide what... Stop. Over... Just... Wait. That's... Go on. You take a step forward. You can feel yourself. You find... Is this what the end of the wood for this? We can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? No, I don't, because this isn't fun. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world of the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are... We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't... Did you do this? Did we do this?
We should help her. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
She's gone. And there's that. You're right. She's gone. It's just us. Then what the hell are we supposed... He is. Again, what the hell are we supposed to do? There's something dreadful about it. No. I'm begging you. It's different now. It feels... I don't know.
Something fine. Yes, these ones are a contradiction. I am sorry that you met this Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves. Nothing, as we are, but there is no exit. Bring me more perspectives. Then we will be here forever. You ask of she asks that I tell you you won't.
And you die. Ну, допустим, это будет
You're on a
наш
path
первый раут.
in the woods,
Именно
and at
таким
the end of
образом.
that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her.
Посмотрим, можем ли мы уйти в этот раз. Но почему-то у меня такое ощущение, что мы не можем, хотя не знаю. Либо мы не можем это сделать в первой главе. Так, отойду на минуту, be right back. тут? Знаете, в чем сила, ребята? Сила в термосе. Запомните это. Так. Сразу сделаем сейв. Па-па-пам.
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. Don't linger on the specific. Oh, if only that were the case. But I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. Like I said, I don't make... Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made
Сила
it
в
this
термосе
far,
на
you
литр.
might as well reach
Аминь.
the end of your
Аминь,
journey.
бразер. Аминь. Вот реально, термос спасает. Если честно, вот такие игрушечки мне чем-то прям вот импонируют. Я люблю аллегории, люблю образность мышления. Это гораздо более проще для восприятия, чем витиеватый слог, какие-то мудреные слова, потому что это сразу идет, все перетекает в такую, скажем, какую-то эмоциональную, чувственную вот эту грань восприятия. Гораздо приятнее, что ли. Меньше вот этого загаженности, меньше какого-то радикализма. Это приятно, это подкупает. Но у этого есть минусы, потому что, да, художественное выражение немного страдает. Оно не такое яркое получается, как в случае с, опять же, тем же Сигналисом или Данганронпой. Из-за отсутствия каких-то прям вот собранных, выраженных образов. Здесь они тоже присутствуют, но несколько в ином плане, с иной целью. Здесь ты ассоциируешь себя больше с каким-то чувством, с каким-то переживанием, да, с какой-то мыслью, нежели чем с персонажем. И это влияет на восприятие игры, на то, можешь ли ты считывать какие-то моменты или нет. Получается ли автору разговаривать с тобой. Тоже вот эти начальные вопросы ни на что не влияют, но трудно сказать, потому что если задавать один и тот же вопрос много-много раз, может быть, что-нибудь изменится. А может быть и нет.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path. A warning. She will lie.
голоса героя нету, кстати. Или я его
The
пропустил,
interior of the
проморгал.
cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is
Обычно он
stale and
всегда
musty,
появляется.
and the floor and walls are painted in a fine
Но, возможно,
layer
не
of
в первой
dust.
главе. А во
The only
второй.
furniture blade is your implement.
Да, в этот раз у нас не было выбора не идти сюда. Зеркала нету, опять же, потому что это первая глава. Ну, не будем брать нож, наверное, не стоит.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed. How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever.
Эва.
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Ау. Я забыл нож. А ножом вроде как можно избавиться от цепей.
Don't do
Жаль.
it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end. You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Может быть, у нее есть какие-нибудь идеи. Только, пожалуйста, не грызи свою руку.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
Ну да, действительно, просто руку отрубим. Это делов-то.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
О, забавно. В прошлый раз у нас не было выбора, кроме как убить принцессу. Буквально в схожих обстоятельствах. Теперь у нас нет выбора, кроме как спасти принцессу.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the
серьезно.
ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
Почему руку? Почему не... Ну почему? Вот этого я не ожидал. Да. Позволь мне отрубить тебе руку, да? Ай, ну вот же, цепь. Почему цепь-то нельзя?
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
Ну, ей ок.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
Косая ай. Интересно, это опечатка или это специально так? У бабы все отлично, да.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
О, ну да ладно, да не может быть. Рассказчик.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing? Stop that. Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges
У меня
forward,
нету
the
выбора.
blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
Я не могу убрать нож.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Это моя природа. Надо воткнуть нож.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Резист.
the blade. Move the blade. As
Бери
your
нож.
body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
Нет, нет, ну нет.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Было неизбежно.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again.
And again.
You feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Одного удара было мало. Долбит, долбит, долбит.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Какая красота.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Новая вторая глава, новый раут.
You're on a path in the
Дамзель.
woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Дайте-ка я себе запишу. Значит, получается, мы освобождаем ее, и она нас убивает. И так мы попадаем вот в эту главу.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, We'll have to be sneaky about it. Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
Четверо. А кто четвертый?
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek. What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving. Those are two very different questions, but let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. You were the one who did us in, villain. Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone. Just be quick about it. She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. Maybe it's her beauty that threatens the world. Sure, it's her beauty. Why not? And before you ask, no, we can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is. People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but... Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice. Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world.
Вот у него почти... Вот иногда проскакивает вот это вот... То, что он сбивается и в другом тоне начинает. Ну, короче, что он путается, рассказчик. Но это очень нечасто происходит. Но всегда забавно. Это можно определить прям тётенько. Я не знаю, почему он не перезаписал. Не то чтобы это прям сильно резало слух, но да, такие моменты проскакивают.
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Хотя, если так посчитать, сколько разных голосов он должен был? 1, 2, 3. Ну там минимум десяток разных. Получается, да? Рассказчик, герой, Хантед, Смити, этот, который постоянно возражает, читит. Брокен, да, Брокен. Хладнокровный, да, оппортунист. Параноик. Упрямец. Кого забыл? Скептик. В общем, 10 или дюжина голосов самых разных. И это, я могу сказать, это прям прилично. Это очень прилично. Каждого в своем стиле озвучить одним голосом. Так что даже если там периодически проскакивает, что он сбивается, это все равно очень, очень непростая работа. Так что вот этот вот товарищ, который это озвучивал, Джон, или как его там звали, можно посмотреть. About? Не About. Потом посмотрим в кредитах. Вот он крутой. Крутой чувак, без всяких. Честь и хвала. Это очень непросто.
That's right, you can't stop all of us. We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does.
Это надо обладать прям хорошими такими навыками пародиста. Ух. Прям как представлю, аж мурашки прям. Ух.
Are these really the sorts of people you'd like
А
to
еще
align
задачка.
yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
Игра реально радует своими развилками. Соглашусь, да. Посыл от этого как бы не меняется, но при этом позволяет нам с разных сторон посмотреть на всю историю. Собственно, в этом и задумка, поэтому это работает. О, а мы можем уйти, слушайте. Так. В первой главе мы не могли уйти, но в этой главе мы можем. Я думаю, стоит попробовать.
Are we running away? What are you doing? We have to save her.
Лучше в первой главе делать. Но я сделал это в первой главе. То есть сейчас идет второй луп. В первом лупе я сейчас выбрал уйти. У нас был раут Стрэнджера. Вот, сейчас идет второй луп. Нет, это уже третий, да. Третий ведь, правильно? Да. Во втором лупе мы вошли... Нет, это второй луп, просто вторая глава. Я уже сам путаюсь. Второй луп, вторая глава, да. В первой главе у нас не было выбора уйти, и мы пошли, спасли принцессу. И умерли сами. Сейчас идет вторая глава, и у нас наконец-то появился снова выбор уйти.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know
Ну,
where
я
you're
еще так не
going?
делал. Смотреть, что будет. Или нас лишат выбора.
There won't be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing forever. Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Это не может же быть, что мы снова попадем на раут Стрэнджера. Потому что он у нас уже закрыт. Но попробую, потому что любопытно.
You're really keen on
Неужели
wasting
снова
everyone's
все
time,
это
aren't you? It's remarkably selfish.
неопределенность
if you ask
будет?
me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Ну вот и я думаю, что не
But fine.
могут руты
You turn
повторяться.
around and trek back down the path you came.
Могут быть в разном порядке, но если закрыли, то закрыли.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy.
О, пропал.
What's going on? Where are we? Oh, I don't like this one bit. There's not a single damsel in sight. How dull.
И внезапно мы снова оказались в Лонгквайте. В этот раз никакого зеркала. Почему ты здесь? I'm unfinished. Трогает. В этот раз мы не принесли ей подарков. Она недовольна. Фрустрирует. Этот мир обречен. Срочно нужно придумать что-то другое. Новый мир. Ей очень сильно не понравилось.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path
Вчера,
is a
когда играли,
cabin.
мне просто
And in the basement of that
запретили,
cabin
закрыли
is a
возможность уходить.
princess.
Но там я уже где-то половину, наверное, игры, несколько рутов закрыл. А сейчас вот эта возможность снова появилась, и да, работает.
You're here to slay.
Мы снова в первой главе. И у нас снова нету выбора уйти.
That's the spirit.
Ну, если что, я сейв сделал.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Дамзель.
A warning. But she will lie, she will...
А вот сейчас проверим насчет дамзеля.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and the blade is your...
Уже сделаем отдельный сейв. Попробуем повторить все наши прошлые действия.
The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you.
Я здесь, чтобы спасти тебя.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot right.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end. You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing.
Есть идея, что руты закрываются, когда мы приносим девицу в Long Quiet, да. Но если мы ее туда не принесли, то, по идее-то, он и не должен быть закрыт.
You walk up to the chains,
Потому что она
binding the
по-прежнему
princess
здесь.
to the wall, and give them a tug. They're large and heavy,
Сейчас узнаем.
far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Да,
Maybe
придется
somewhere
снова рубить
upstairs.
тебе руку, дорогая.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for...
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with all... If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be known to attempt to make your way out of the basement. But the
Кажется, всё
door at the top...
повторяется.
Someone else here.
Нас опять закрыли.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Кто меня закрывает? Неизвестно. Ты усложняешь. Это не важно. История должна развиваться именно таким путем.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Мы по-прежнему можем спасти принцессу.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Каждый рут — это аллегория, поэтому не важно. Если можно было делать предположение, то, скорее всего, это был как раз-таки наратор, рассказчик. Он нас и
Her
закрыл,
limb falls to the
потому
ground.
что у него есть
and
определенная
the heavy
власть
chains
над
follow
событиями.
suit.
И у других голосов тоже есть определенная власть над событиями. Они могут периодически влиять на повествование. Но в основном, да, наратор. Изначально. Именно он выступает тем самым рассказчиком ненадежным.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
Ну да, каждый раз это новая принцесса, каждый раз это новый рассказчик, каждый раз история повторяется, каждый раз рассказчик умирает, каждый раз принцесса умирает. У истории всегда один и тот же конец, несмотря на различия в деталях, несмотря на различные, на разные истории. Каждый раз история повторяется, но другие действия, принцесса меняется в зависимости от этих действий. Все несколько иначе, но все приходит к закономерному итогу. И в конце наступает рефлексия.
No, she didn't.
И дальше окончательная трансформация, кульминация.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Каждый раз история трагичная. Романтика.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Но еще интересный момент, что меняется не только принцесса. На самом деле наш главный герой тоже меняется. Ну да, он забывает, он снова наступает на те же грабли, но потом это все возвращается. И потихонечку накапливается вот эта критическая масса размышлений, переживаний. И оно разряжается в конце все,
Watch me.
где предстоит сделать выбор.
What are you doing?
Так, да, в этот раз мы не можем ее предупредить. Вот оно. Все-таки не дают нам. А в какие веселые... Ах, Сейчас попробую вспомнить. Самый первый был это... Где я сразу ее прибил. Дамзель. Там была Фурия. Короче, Рут с Фури, демоном. Потом был Призрак. После этого Лезвие, Резер. Потом Ведьма, когда я ее в спину чик-чирик сделал. Ну и еще вот раут, где, да, я ушел, то есть Стрэнджер. Вроде так. Ну, как-то так получилось, да. Но в итоге у меня была концовка, что вот эта вот финальная битва, в итоге мы снова оказались в домике, я без раздумий взял ее, зарезал, и все закончилось. Передо мной открылся целый новый мир, новый рассвет. Я стал богом, и голоса ко мне вернулись, и мы были полны оптимизма насчет того, что перед нами открываются новые горизонты. В общем, получили свой хэппи-энд, но вот, ну да, наратор исчез, девица исчезла, страница, книга закрыта, страницы перевернуты, идем дальше. Жизнь продолжается. Так. Что-то такое вышло.
Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end. You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time?
Кажется, мы снова будем повстречаем ведьму. Да, нельзя повторить раут.
I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm.
Но в прошлый раз, когда я ее в спину ударил, у нее была вторая рука. Так что, может быть, сейчас мы даже останемся в живых. Не-не-не, ведьмы пока не было в данном прохождении. Как я закончил рут ведьмы? Ну, я пошел первым по лестнице, нож я не брал, она просто напала на меня сзади, мы упали и оба сломали спину. Было кекично. В итоге все закончилось тем, что мы лежали и смотрели друг на друга, а она брызгала слюной и ненавидела меня. И мечтала о том, как личинки будут жрать мое лицо. Она будет смотреть и смеяться. А потом все закончилось.
But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease.
Одной рукой просто, вот одной рукой.
You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric.
Вот как так? Мало того, что мы уроды по определению, так еще и такие слабые. Обидно.
If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry.
Музыка пиликает
but it's
прямо
over.
по струнам, прям вот. Прямо в душу. Вот это вот завывание. Вот сейчас будет. Сейчас. Слышали? Вот тут вот прям вот.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
And you die. Да, ведьмам.
You're on a path in the
Но рут
woods,
ведьмы начинается,
And at
когда
the end of
мы,
that path
получается,
is a cabin.
обманываем ее.
and in the basement of
То
that
есть это
cabin
история о том, как мы
is
ее
a
обманули,
princess.
ударили в спину. Возможно, наоборот, это тоже сработает. Но не факт. То есть, так или иначе, мы пришли и сказали, что будем тебя спасать, а в итоге именно бьем в спину и в итоге получаем рут ведьмы. Где уже она нас ненавидит и пытается обмануть и тоже ударить в спину.
You're here to slay.
Но мы не будем этого делать. Мы уйдем.
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't
И мы
kill
опять
you.
получим
People don't just
ничего.
spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time.
Просто интересно, что будет, если ничего не приносить? Но получается, что мы все равно принесли пеналочку вот этот Рут Стрэнджера. Сосуд противоречий. Ну, или даже не противоречий, сосуд неопределенности, да? Правильнее будет сказать. То есть так или иначе мы все равно принесли ей сосуд. Если мы хотим вообще ничего не приносить, то нам тогда нужно выбирать в первой главе другой рут и во второй главе скипать его.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe
В
it's
любом
best to
случае
keep it that
попробуем
way.
проскипать остальные сейчас, посмотреть, что будет, если...
Brilliant. We need to keep our
В любом
cards
случае,
close
это
to our
к чему-то
chest, and
должно
I'm not
привести
sure we
нас.
can trust him.
О, оппортунист появился, да, оппортунист
You
появляется.
know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show. Those are two very different questions. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second. You died last time, which probably only happened because we were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options. I can if you failed to slay the princess, which you apparently did. So great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. Yes, but in this purely, if it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily? That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we? You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm
А
sharing
тут
my
вообще
honest
есть
opinions.
опция, чтобы скипать диалоги, которые уже слышал?
What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page.
Сейчас посмотреть в
So
опции.
whenever you're ready,
Вроде не
stop
было.
dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world.
Control. Забавно. У меня как-то прям несколько голосов появились одновременно. Причем внезапно. Скиппинг. Ну тут есть две кнопки на скиппинг. Есть Tab и есть Ctrl. Но мне кажется, это не то. Мне кажется, оно просто все скипает до момента выбора. Так.
Just be quick
Еще
about it.
поговорим. Слушаем, что оппортунист нам скажет.
Like I said, if she killed you, she just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust
вот,
that what I'm
кстати,
saying
да.
is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the
Ну, он
only
уже говорил, что
person.
я special.
Oh, I didn't. Of course you're special. Good point. That really explains almost everything. I'm not so sure about that. You know, you're right, but it explains almost everything. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate and other. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of?
Так и так,
How are we supposed to stop
неважно,
her?
какая кнопка.
Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but I don't think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so why would he have anything to hide? He seems like a nice guy to me. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but you should really stop wasting time chatting amongst yourselves in the woods. So if we could move this along? Great. Now, if you don't mind... Well, you're the boss. Seriously? You're just going to turn around... Fine. I suppose you just... You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Главный глюк. И вот снова все померкло. Мы снова в Лонгвайте. Снова воспоминания обрушиваются на нас. Мы слышим грохот вдали. Множество громких звуков. Пульсация. Женщине не нравится. She is furious. Каждая дверь, которую ты закрываешь... Для меня это дверь, которую ты закрываешь для себя. Неужели ты хочешь торчать здесь? С существом, которое ты приучен ненавидеть навечно, бесконечно. Я ненавижу тебя, ненавижу тебя. Очень сильно ненавидит.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path...
Женщина очень сильно ненавидит. Опять не принес. Вот так вот, если не приносишь подарок женщине, она тебя сначала раздражается, потом она тебя ненавидит. Что будет дальше?
Are you serious? While I'm talking. She's not dangerous. She's just a princess. The danger comes if she gets out, which she will unless you do something about it. The more specifics you have, the harder it will be for you to do this very important job. She's a princess. People will listen to her.
Периодически новые диалоги здесь проскакивают в начале, в первой главе. Мне не показалось в прошлый раз. Или, может быть, это из-за того, что я в разном порядке прокликиваю.
Yes, but oh, if... Does it? Are you on? Look, you're already...
It's C.
Of course I have. Good. As long as you remain focused on your goal, it should all be smooth sailing. She will lie, she will...
Да, здесь есть этот момент, когда она сама закрывает игру.
The interior of the cabin is all...
Мне вот интересно, произойдет ли что-нибудь, если выбрать, я хочу, типа, стоять, ожидать здесь, она закроет игру. Что будет, если вернуться к ней не сразу, а там спустя пару месяцев реального времени? Или там спустя годик? Скажет ли она что-нибудь другое? То есть продумали ли этот момент? Или она скажет то же самое? Что у тебя не было всего лишь пару мгновений, но это не важно, потому что время здесь не важно, и все в таком духе. Вот да, вот что будет, если просто не открывать игру очень долгое время, а потом вернуться? Мол, я наконец-то собрался с мыслями, давай, поехали. Это мне вот такая идея приходила в голову. Так, засейвимся. Очередная первая глава. Думаешь, получится просто если год промотать? Но надо будет попробовать, да, может и получится. Старый добрый трюк.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing...
Так, в очередной раз. Я здесь, чтобы спасти тебя. Но у меня уже нету этой опции. Я могу солгать.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
I see. You're trying to get her to lower her guard. It's a gamble, but it might work.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
То есть, по сути, в рауте, где мы ее спасаем, у нас есть два аута. Один ведет к ведьме, другой ведет к дамзелю. Но что будет, если мы возьмем нож?
Walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her.
Да, что будет, если мы возьмем нож?
You take the blade from the table.
Вряд ли у нас появится опция.
The door to the basement, her voice.
Ага. Но у нас теперь нету опции соврать. Если ты возьмешь нож, значит ты достаточно хорош. Это мы уже проходили, Ноах. Да, но если я возьму нож, то тогда я не могу ей соврать. Интересно. То есть опция пропадает. Наверное, пропадает и вторая опция, где мы хотим ее спасти. Запомним это. Ну, значит, лжем.
Her voice
Hello?
is, don't let
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
Ну, да. Давай поговорим.
Okay.
Окей. Но мы еще вернемся к тем старым сейвам, так что попробуем. Без ножа. Там еще были несколько других выборов. Я помню, мы в прошлые разы спрашивали, как ее зовут. Она ничего не помнит, ничего не ест, ничего не пьет. Кажется, да, кажется тогда, да. Это было тот момент, где я ведьму открыл. То есть мы сначала с ней поговорили, а потом я ее в спину зафигачил.
Oh.
А,
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
А у нас здесь есть опция все-таки вернуться и взять нож. То есть в этот раз дверь не закрыта. Пока что еще не закрыта. Ну, еще немножко поболтаем. А то вчера мы в основном действовали, сегодня мы разговариваем.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
Ничего не знает, ничего не понимает. Чистая заготовка. Чистый холст, чистый лист. Просто сейчас это принцесса, а потом это будет целый мир.
You have all the
Внезапно.
explanation you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Да. Что ты кушала? Что ты пила?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right? The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter. It's not like you'd believe me.
Я вот не понимаю, они специально обрабатывают ее голос вот этими всеми эффектами, потому что рассказчик-то справляется без всяких обработок. Чисто просто на скиллухе. А вот девушку постоянно там всячески обрабатывают. Там есть моменты, где она прям играет голосом, но в основном это все фильтры и эффекты разные. Вот мне интересно, есть в этом какая-то задумка, или это просто потому, что она менее скилловая и приходится вытягивать? Чисто вот к размышлениям. Или это специально, чтобы на контрасте сыграть. Тоже как вариант. Можно пойти за ножом, либо оставить ее запертой, или еще поговорить.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Sooner or later, you'll learn to trust me. Hopefully it won't be too late when you finally come around.
Thank you for believing me. Now, can you help me get out of here? There's going to be plenty of time to chat after I'm free, but okay. What do you want to know?
Забавно, то есть мы вернули себе возможность сделать, снова забрать нож, снова оставить ее здесь, но не посмотреть на ее цепи. Если бы я посмотрел на ее цепи, возможно, мы бы снова пошли бы уже по проторенной дорожке.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
Ну, либо вот так вот можно попробовать.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much
Рассказчика
longer.
можно уебать в конце. Насчет того, чтобы сделать это сразу, сомневаюсь. Но он так или иначе, он улетает. Он, по сути, каждый рут, он в конце умирает. И в конце он умирает уже окончательно.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
Тут как бы один из главных смыслов игры в том, что рассказчик будет умирать. Это неизбежно. Он должен умереть. Потому что такова история. Таков путь. Вот и все. Вроде 5 для финала.
So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help.
О, как она изменилась в тоне.
But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
О, угрожает. Безумный взгляд.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Запереть ее в подвале, проверить цепи, вернуться за клинком. Но что будет, если я буду проверять ее цепи? Потому что я закрыл себе рут уже ведьмы, я закрыл себе рут дамзеля. Что произойдет? Неужели нас снова с ней запрут?
You can't be serious.
Я
Thank
хочу
you.
узнать.
Thank you. You won't regret this, I promise.
You're making a huge mistake. No, I think you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even...
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Поехали.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the
Да,
door at the
нас
top
снова
of the
закрыли.
stairs slams shut. You hear the
Если
click of
мы
a lock
проверяем цепи,
sliding
дверь
into
закрывается.
place. Is someone else here? You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the
Но я
blade
подозреваю, он
like
просто
you
в
were
этот раз
supposed to.
что сделает? Он не даст нам клинок. Он не бросит его. И в итоге она все-таки себе руку зубами отгрызет.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
И покатится
Look at the mess
вперед.
you're
Все.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates
Да,
before
вот оно
raising her arm
началось.
to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with as she rips her flesh from
А,
her
нет,
bone.
слушайте,
A
бросил.
sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Но теперь у нас нету выбора, кроме как, да, врезать по ней. Ладно.
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's
Но в
back.
прошлый раз я ведьму так открыл.
The wound drives her to the ground. Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm. Your knife cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw. Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got. Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees.
Вообще интересно то, что у нас не было выбора спасти ее, когда нам кинули нож. Потому что тут же какая логика? Если рут закрыт, то выбор у нас остается, просто он недоступен. Он серенький, закрашен серым. А здесь именно что было... Мы берем нож и должны ее зарезать. То есть получается, что-то я выбрал до этого, что меня перевело на дорожку вот этого вот убийства принцессы. Что-то я не то сказал, походу. А, сами выборы исчезают. По-разному. Это нехорошо, нехорошо. Если так. А значит, не доглядели.
We can still turn this around.
Это может немножко запутать. Вот меня уже запутало, получается. А, слушайте, интересно. Гивап, либо побежать, попробовать и запереть ее в подвале. Ну, тут очевидно развилка. Вот и мне кажется, что был третий какой-то выбор. Продолжать сражаться, наверное. Да-да-да, продолжать сражаться, и она бы тогда нас одолела, ну и мы бы ее одолели. По-моему, мы бы просто оба погибли. И началась бы как раз-таки ведьма. Да. Ведьма все, поэтому выбора нету, да. И опция именно что пропала, она не показывается. Ну, так нехорошо это немножко. Нехорошо. Ну, попробуем запереть ее в подвале. Наверное.
The princess is still chained to the wall. There's nothing she can do to stop you from getting out of here. What if she doesn't succumb to her wounds? Whatever she is so much more dangerous than I thought she'd be. You rush up the stairs and dive past the threshold. You're safe.
Все равно мы скипнем вторую главу. Кстати, максимум я доходил до 4 главы в одном из рутов.
Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
Я ж прямо вздрагиваю каждый раз, когда она бьется в дверь. Прекрати! Прекрати! Оно должно замолчать.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
Не, так вся задумка именно, чтобы посмотреть, что будет, если проскипать вторую главу. Так-то я хочу и то, и другое. Просто хочется посмотреть, что будет. Если не принести вот эти вот сосуды, барышня, а вот именно скипать. Просто мы уже один сосуд ей принесли, то есть мы не с самого начала это делаем. Вот. Так что есть еще вторая опция. Вернуться в самое начало и попробовать проскипать с самого начала. И вот пока что я работаю над этим. маршрутом.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it.
Хватит стучать, прекрати, человек-сосед.
You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
Это очень нервирует.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Do you think a couple of cuts is enough to do me in? I'm not as frail as you think.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
Не уймется.
You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the
Oh.
cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
А ты кто такая?
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Ну, это уже не призрак, это банши какая-то.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Чем-то мне напоминает ивент свадьбы в Дарквуде. Вот это вот белое платье, призрак, вот это вот вся тематика. Кабина в лесу. Надо как-нибудь снова поиграть в Дарквуд. Дарквуд отличный хоррор. Топ-даун хоррор. Мне понравился в свое время. И там история тоже приятная такая.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest.
Может быть, там какие-нибудь обновы
seconds
вышли
left.
интересные. Может быть, наконец удастся пройти радиостанцию с первого раза. Не зафейлить ее в конце.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is.
But it is.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Nightmare.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin,
Я не
You're
уверен, что
here.
это рут призрака, а не рут... Похожий на рут призрака. Но это не важно, потому что...
a terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. If he doesn't remember what happened,
Потому что все равно сейчас
maybe
будем
it's best to
скипать.
keep it that way.
И нам потребуется проскипать, по-моему, еще один раз, да? Ну, наверняка всего лишь еще один раз. И будет концовка. Или не будет. В декабре был патч. Надо будет потом полюбопытствовать, что там поменяли, что добавили. Наверняка уже все перебалансили 100 раз.
Shh. What if he hears us? That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit.
О, параноид.
I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save after all. We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree. Those are two very different questions, but fine. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died. Oh, we listened to you all right. Worst decision of our incredibly short life. We tried to slay her, we really did. But she was going to kill us. It was either lock her in the basement or let her finish tearing us to ribbons. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't. Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working. And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can. Just be quick about it.
Да, теперь, когда я понял, что можно наглядно видеть, какие диалоги были, какие нет, а не только по памяти на слух, стало попроще.
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world. People locked her in that basement. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You can't just goad us into doing something by calling us special. It's manipulative. Why are you trying to manipulate us? I don't know, I kinda like being special. Okay, fine. Maybe you can goad him into doing something, but he's not even the one who makes the decisions here. I'm not goading you into doing anything. You already know the princess is dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you have to be the one to deal with her. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's just the way it is. And for what it's worth, I know you have it in you to finish the job.
Это любопытно, что он отвечает голосу, но обращается к нам. Он всегда обращается к нам. Ну, либо так получается.
We don't. You saw what happened to us last time. We need to leave.
В принципе, так и должно быть.
She is just a princess. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. He isn't telling us everything he knows because he doesn't trust us, which means that we can't trust him. Stop talking yourself in neurotic circles and just get to the cabin already. Do you see the way he keeps pushing us? We have to get out of here. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin. This is good. I was worried you might fall for his shit again, but this is good. Whatever answers there are to be found, they aren't here, and they definitely aren't there. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going? Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all. You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask, but fine. You turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. What's going on? Where are we? It's finally happened, hasn't it? We finally cracked.
Нашли способ заглушить все голоса разом. Мы снова в великом ничто. Long quiet. Снова пульсация, грохот. I do not hate you. I'm so sorry. I said I hate you. I do not have to hate you. We can still leave this place together. Теперь она в отчаянии. We can be friends. Напоминание. Мы можем быть хуже, чем просто врагами. Агония. Разбиваемся на миллионы частичек. Чувствуем боль в каждой из них. Чувствуем себя супер жалкими. И вот снова. Короче, пошли эмоциональные качели туда-сюда. Агония, страдания, потом радость, какая-то нервное возбуждение, потом снова опять агония, страдания. И каждый раз все хуже и лучше, хуже и лучше. Эмоциональные качельки, стадия эмоциональных качелей. Но мы по-прежнему безмолвствуем и ничего не делаем.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of
Но
that
определенно
path
прогресс
is a
есть.
cabin,
Что-то происходит.
and in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Движемся к стадии принятия.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. I'm talking don't... Look, you're already... While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a tick. Does it? Oh. Are you... Of course. Yes.
Ну, в основном всякие изменения в тексте в начале происходят во второй главе, когда голоса появляются.
It's...
В первой главе все достаточно простенько в этом плане.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Попробуем снова без ножа.
The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice
Hello?
is hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you.
И у нас по-прежнему есть возможность соврать ей.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
То есть так или иначе, даже несмотря на то, что мы скипаем сейчас пока что какое-то время вот эту вторую главу, мы все равно в первой главе вот изучаем, какие у нас есть возможности, да, при выборе вот этого маршрута через спасение.
I see. You're trying to get her to lower her guard. It's a gamble, but it might work.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with
She's
the princess.
beautiful.
There's a... She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot right...
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
You were lying when you said you were here to rescue her, but regardless of your intentions, breaking her out of those chains would be a big mistake. Don't even try it.
Okay.
Что будет, если мы пойдем обратно?
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
So, what? You're going to try and kill me? You'll regret this. I promise you. But go ahead, run along and get whatever you're planning to get. But you'd better hope that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all.
Спасти мир или спасти рассказчика?
You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet.
Есть ли разница?
Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall, and she is nowhere to be seen. Is it just me, or did this room get a lot bigger?
Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her.
Где же она? Где же?
Where is she? You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
I can wait. I'm very patient.
You do your best to patiently wait her out. But eventually, exhaustion starts to set in. Come on, wake up. We can't fall asleep down here.
Самое время поспать. Прикурнуть.
You wait for as long as you can, pushing yourself to stay awake and stay vigilant. But you can't outwait someone who's been waiting for as long as she remembers. You barely even realize that you've started to drift off. Pain tears you from your sleep. The princess is upon you, ripping into your flesh, unnaturally sharp teeth and claws severing arteries and digging into organs. There's nothing to be done. You're already half gone. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Ага. Попадаем к Бесту.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that...
Так, если мы вернемся назад и не пойдем за клинком, будет ли у нас выбор не идти за клинком в конце?
Oh,
She pauses.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness.
Is...
Of course I'm like... I don't see what that...
The princess hesitates.
Would everything feel right about you if you were locked away in a hole by yourself for as long as you can remember?
Just how long has she been down here?
So, did they tell you why I'm supposed to be so dangerous? I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
Ну, в целом, да. Первая глава, если одним словом ее попытаться охарактеризовать, это да, это доверие. Вера, доверие, траст.
I don't trust
Так или
that,
иначе.
and I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
Так или иначе, все крутится вокруг этого.
She has a
Первой главе.
point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or Me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late. That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Ага. У меня нету выбора.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade.
Так, а если мы немножко иначе это разыграем?
The princess.
Если мы скажем, что не считаем ее опасной,
Is that why they threw me down here? I don't remember much about it.
не, огнестрела здесь нет. Что за вопрос? Конечно, нет. Нож гораздо более удобный и более выразительный образ, чем пистолет в этой истории. Более такой простой, более понятный. Я считаю, он достаточно удачный. Но в целом, если бы это был не нож, а пистолет, как бы особо-то ничего не поменялось. Чересчур сильно. Основная идея осталась бы той же, но нож гораздо более выразительный. Потому что это лезвие. Образ с более богатой историей. Tell me.
Sooner or later, you'll learn to trust me. Hopefully it won't be...
Thank you for...
А, вот, все-таки можем проверить. Да, можем проверить цепи. Вот это вот я и хотел.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them
Но
apart.
опять будет ситуация, что он бросит нам нож, и нам все равно придется попытаться зарезать ее.
I'm guessing you don't have the
Вопрос
key?
в том, какой будет выбор дальше.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant to attempt to make your way out of the basement. Is someone else?
Нас опять заперли.
Your shouts and pleas. I'll repeat myself. You try the door. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Да, у нас нету выбора.
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally.
Бэк?
The wound drives her to the ground.
На мгновение мне показалось, что мы ударили ей в плечо, в грудь, спереди. Но лишь на мгновение.
Okay. There's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm. Your knife cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw. Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Slay the princess. Но ведь это же приведет нас к ведьме. Нет.
Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back.
Да, происходило, но несколько иначе. Другой выбор был.
You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees. We can still turn this around.
А, вот он момент, да. Теперь у нас нету опции закончить работу, у нас нету опции сбежать. Все, что мы можем, это сдаться.
Are you serious? As what's left of your blood pools around you on the cobblestone floor, the blade falls from your trembling hands and clatters uselessly against the ground. I suppose you simply lacked the will to finish the job. The princess, wounded but still alive, nervously jumps at the blade and kicks it far away from you before retreating into a dark corner of the room. Her shining eyes watch you from the darkness, unblinking and curious as you bleed out. We can only hope the wounds you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, they'll kill her before she can reach the outside world.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
This is the end, isn't it? Before you can answer, everything goes dark, and you die.
Да. И так мы тоже попадаем к Бесту.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. If he doesn't remember what happened, then something else must have trapped us here.
А вот и Hunted.
You're not trapped here. Nobody's forcing you to do anything, though the only sensible thing for you to do right now is march up to that cabin and slay the princess. Those are two very different... Let's say, if you're back here, we did our best with the information we were given, and yet you still died, didn't you? And I believe your other question was something along the line... What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, if it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? All the more reason to keep our wits about us, should we even return to the cabin. We could find a safe little hole somewhere instead. You have to go to the cabin. If you don't slay the princess, she's going to end the world, which you're always going to be a part of, even if you're cowering in a hole. There's no escaping your responsibility here. Just be quick about it. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. I've told you everything you need to know. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How, not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. You're afraid, aren't you? Just like us. Of course I'm afraid. Fear is an extremely normal thing to feel when the fate of the entire world is at stake. But that's not the only thing you're afraid of. You're scared of something worse. Stop projecting your neuroses onto me and just get to the cabin already. People locked her in that basement, and Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's
Я
because...
special.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Ну ты же знал, что мы особенные уже. Он уже несколько раз это повторял. И ты об этом помнил.
Of course you're special.
Почему-то
Why
это
else
он
would
не
you be
помнит,
here?
а другое он помнит.
Special can mean all sorts of things. Don't let it make you careless. We need clear thoughts and pricked ears. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath.
Ну что ж, уходим?
Yes, we're safe for taking flight. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going? Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin.
О, привет,
How
кролик.
convenient. Everything's...
Дратуйте, дратуйте. Как поживаете, сударь?
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Просыпаемся потихоньку. Да, ты был долгое время в спячке. Но сейчас еще слишком холодно, чтобы просыпаться. Так можно на полшишечки носик вытащить из-под одеяла, понюхать воздух, проверить, безопасно ли.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy. What's going on? Where are we?
Мне тут последнее время удалось подсадить Досю на Master of Orion. Мы периодически собираемся и играем вместе. Хочешь с нами? Конечно, не цивилизация, но я предложил ему для начала освоить МО, потом уже продолжить знакомство в Цивке и дальше уже переходить на более такие более новые игры. Кролик, ну как так? Ну ты меня, ну как так? Просто как так? Ну как так ты не знаешь? Ну что это такое? Как ты можешь знать цивилизацию? Как ты можешь знать там Европку и прочее, но при этом не знать Master of Orion? Где твое образование?
A dark place. Thoughts like us shouldn't be here.
Хороших X4 стратежек же не так много. Тут буквально несколько пальцев. Physical Matter. Ну вот мы оказались снова в великом Лонгвайте. Она приближается. Dejection. Why? Долгое молчание, пустое сердце. Не хочу тебя видеть. О, это было быстро. И это не конец.
You're on a path in the woods,
Погодите-ка.
and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Это сколько уже получается? Незнакомец или незнакомка, стрэнджер. Потом дамзель была, потом ведьма, потом призрак, бист. Это уже 6-я дама. Это уже 6-й луп. Их же всего 5 должно быть, разве нет? Галактик Цивы и Stellaris'ом получается. Ну, это предшественник всех этих игр. Ну, по сути, это брат Цивки. По масштабу и по значимости. А все Galactic Civilization, Stellaris, Endless Space — это уже ответвления, более поздние игры, которые пытались повторить идею, концепцию, либо как-то ее где-то развивать. Но в данном конкретном случае я говорю о Master of Orion 2, о второй части. Потому что она такая самая знаковая, самая... Ну, как и в случае там с Цивкой, если мы вспоминаем Циву, то у кого-то там 2-я часть, у кого-то 3-я, у кого-то 4-я. Обычно выбирают 3-ю либо 2-ю как такую знаковую. Хотя на самом деле там все 4 были важны в равной степени. Ну, в Master of Orion важны 1-я и 2-я части. Все остальное это уже такое фанфики. Ну, если ты не играл, это лишь как бы еще один повод попробовать, потому что это та игра, где легко начать, но трудно стать мастером. Там все достаточно простенько, но при этом сложно, как мы любим. Ну, сложно, комплексно, как мы любим в таких играх. Ночами не... Не сидим. Что мы там? У нас одна катка занимает вечер, по сути, да. Вечер, ну, иногда продолжается там на следующий день чуть-чуть, там пару часиков. То есть катки-то на самом деле не такие долгие. При желании можно спокойно там за вечер укладываться. Дось прям вот зашло. Я рад. Не зря подговорил его. Может быть, и тебе зайдет. Ну, я тогда потом это в Дискорде напишу. Что там надо. Где скачать и все такое. Почему 6-й луп? Why?
I'm talking about the end of it. Look, you're
Изменилось ли
already on the
что-нибудь?
path that leads.
Вроде то же
Jeez.
самое.
The more. While I appreciate. Good. As long.
Ладно, пошли в домик. 2D-шное
The
пиксельное.
interior of the cabin is almost
Ой,
entirely bare.
это настолько же
The air is
2D-шное
stale and
пиксельное,
musty,
как
and the
вторая
floor and
цифка.
walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is
Ага, я не могу войти. Типа, у меня закрыт доступ в подвал без ножа. Все, запретка. Нельзя. Теперь у меня нет выбора. Мне придется брать The Blade. Ну, ты просто слишком поздно с цифкой познакомился. Ну, я как понял, ты уже познакомился с ней, когда ее там хорошенечко пропатчили, 5-ю часть. И DLC-шки там вышли. Потому что я-то с 5-й частью на старте познакомился, прямо сразу. И мне это очень не понравилось. Мне, в принципе, и сейчас она не очень нравится. Но ее сделали играбельной, и да, в нее можно играть. Я все равно продолжаю считать, что наиболее удачные это 3-я и 4-я часть. Ну и плюс, да, уже 6-я часть вышла. Ну, народ играет. На самом деле там прилично народ собирается. По сетке катают. Ничего, нормально. Какое мнение про 6-ю? К 6-й части я ее только на стримах смотрел. Играл на стримах, на ютубе. Вот. Я к ней даже не стал притрагиваться. Это уже был тот момент, когда я цифку забросил. То есть я ее забросил как раз на выходе 5-й части. Когда немножко ее там потыкал, посмотрел, поплевался и пошел катать ваум. А до этого я очень долгое время катал в 3-ю, в 4-ю циву. А до этого во 2-ю. Ну и немножко там в 1-ю в свое время. Я прям по цифке упарывался очень знатно.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Мне вообще кажется, что они пошли немножко не в ту сторону развиваться, развивать серию, как раз-таки после 4-й части. И я до сих пор не избавился от этого ощущения, что они движутся немножко не в том направлении.
door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly
А
illuminated
может быть,
by
я
an
просто
unseen
искал
light in the
любой
room
повод
below.
на то, чтобы
This is an
прекратить играть
oppressive place. Her voice
и
carries up the
ливнуть.
stairs.
Who's there?
Тоже такое может быть.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge
Любой
down here.
предлог.
Don't let it fool you.
Хай.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful.
О,
Is she really a threat to the world?
до этого говорил, что она просто прекрасна, а теперь что она coldly beautiful.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
No, 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 no.
Then drop the knife.
We should. It'll go a long way to building trust with her. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Кажется, если мы дропнем кинжал, я более чем уверен, что это Рут Куколда.
The blade
Определенно.
tumbles out of your trembling hands
100%.
and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Это неизбежно.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Нож во рту? Нет, нет. В руке держал. Если, не знаю, обратил ли ты внимание, когда мы берем нож, у нас меняется курсор. Вот. Вместо лапки это лапка с ножом. Новые диалоги, кстати. Как тебя зовут?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Неужели ты думаешь, что я пришел сюда убить кого-то, не зная почему? That's ridiculous.
And yet, you hesitated the moment you saw me. And you dropped your knife. If killing me was really that important, you'd have a little more gumption, don't you think? So, someone put you up to this, right? And whoever it is, it's probably the same someone who shoved me into this dark pit and chained me to a wall.
That's a fair question. Who chained her in this basement, and if she's so dangerous, how did they manage to trap her? And why have we been left to do their dirty work? Don't give away the game, and don't let her distract you. That's exactly what she wants.
I'm right, aren't I? So who put you up to this?
Ты знаешь, почему я здесь, чтобы убить тебя?
Do you?
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking. Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
Как типично. Вот и поговорили.
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Интересно, а тут есть вообще вариант, что она сама предлагает освободить ее через ее убийство? Было бы забавно, если такой вариант где-то спрятан. Что мы пришли сюда, чтобы зарезать ее, но в итоге мы этого делать не стали, мы пытаемся освободить ее, и она сама предлагает нам освободить ее, зарезав ее. Ой, руку, да, уже отрезали. Уже проходили через это. И она перегрызала себе руку, и мы ножом ее отрезали. Да, да. Было такое.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Посмотрим на цепи.
Oh, you have to be kidding me.
Да, да, рассказчик. В очередной раз посмотрим на цепи.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
Ну, в этот раз она вообще даже не попыталась это как-то завуалировать.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear someone else here. You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Ну, здесь у нас уже сразу два выбора. Забавно, но если мы берем нож, у нас больше опций, чем если мы нож не берем. Изначально.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
Но забавно, в этот раз она не попыталась откусить себе руку. В этот раз мы режем ей руку. А не так, что она попыталась, и потом мы режем ей руку. Мелочи. Нож всегда дает больше опций, согласен, да.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Ситуация повторяется.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Резист.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
В этот раз она даже не стала пырять, просто глотку перерезала. Молодец, молодец.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck.
Ну, вот так вот просто.
This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
Призонер.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to... A terrible sense of deja... Don't forget what he did to us the
О,
last time
скептик
around.
появился.
I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago. We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. Those are two very different... Let's say for a moment, if you're back here, the absolute irony. Well, that's one way to put it, I guess. You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You practically forced the princess to kill us. That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do, which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting. But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try and free her? Did you say something really mean to me? Because if I really did what you said I did, you probably deserved it. I'm a professional, after all. Sure you are. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course, yes, but in this purely hypothetical, if it's the latter, do you think the people there lived happily ever after? What a conveniently ambiguous group of things for her to ruin. For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul. Oh, how I wish that were the case, but if the princess weren't a certain, inevitable threat to the world, the four of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are. You're talking in circles. No, I'm talking in facts. Just be quick about it. She just can. Believe me, I wish you haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right? What proof could you possibly ask for? Literally anything. Fine. Check your pockets.
О. Покетсы.
put your hands in your pockets and pull out an envelope with the words "The Evidence" written across the front.
Ну, что-то новенькое. Доказательства.
Within, you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth."
Ну, теперь у нас есть бумажка. Понимаете? На бумажке же написано. Черным по белому. Бумажка. Бумажка.
That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting? I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side. You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to? Exactly. Because you not doing what I tell you to do means you're putting the world at risk. I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get. People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
Ну, это как доверенность. Так что какая там печать секретариата, какая шапка по форме, номер канцелярии. Это не то чтобы прям документ. Но это бумажка.
Look, I'm not supposed to say this. Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Yes, right. We're here because we're special. Look, you're annoyed that you're here. I get it. I'm also annoyed that I'm here. But we're all in this together, and we're dealing with a bit of a ticking clock right now, so please just get to the cabin. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job... Not to sound like a broken record, but the... Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Но в хижину мы, конечно же, не пойдем. Мы долго к этому шли.
I'm not so sure running away is the best idea. We're not the only person stuck here. What about her? Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
По-прежнему позволяет.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't
По-прежнему
you?
позволяет.
It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of this, but fine. You turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait,
И...
something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy. What's going on? Where are we? Did we do this? Is this the end of the world? Was there ever even a world to end?
Он приближается. Снова без подарка. Gentle Cares. Я не могу остановить тебя. Похоже, пришло осознание. Стадия принятия. If you come here again, we will be here forever. И это еще не конец.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin, you're here to slay her.
Это уже 7-й луп, получается.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Пошли в хижину. Ладно.
The interior of the blade. You take the blade from the door to the basement. Her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds. Don't let it fool.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors.
You walk down the stairs. She's so focused on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something? That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us. The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
Может быть, это и не разные истории. Может быть, это рефлексия вокруг одной и той же истории, просто представление о разных вероятностях, разных возможностях. Постоянное прокручивание в голове ситуации разных исходов, попытка сказать то, чего не сказал, выразить то, что не выразил. В принципе, это тоже ложится в канву. Немножко.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Relationship?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Don't just tell her that.
Да, есть люди, которые думают, что ты уничтожишь этот мир.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
Взгляд кролика.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Дефлект?
Princess hesitates before responding.
Что ты будешь делать, если я освобожу тебя?
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
Вот этот абзац мне прям нравится. Хорошо так собран.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Если мы попробуем ее освободить, в этот раз мы не сможем зарезистить рассказчика. Но зато мы увидим, что будет. То есть, получается, у нас два маршрута будут точно изучены. Если мы не берем нож и пытаемся ее освободить, если мы берем нож, пытаемся ее освободить.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall. They're large and heavy, far too solid.
I'm guessing you don't have...
Maybe it's some doubtful.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way. Is someone else?
Дверь, естественно, закрыта.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Мне интересно, в одном из отражений, из осколков, было нарисовано, что я ножом перерезаю цепь. Почему каждый раз все заканчивается тем, что я ее руку, кисть отрубаю?
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before, she didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you. How is she so composed?
Thank you. Now...
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes as the princess of... Wait, this is... Watch me.
Ну да, мы не можем теперь ее предупредить.
You bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. Okay. There's no going back now. Though the blade left a deep gash in her shoulder, she barely so much as flinches, turning around to stare at you incredulously.
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
I don't know what came over you, but if we're doing this, I guess I'll have to kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that? I can beat you to death with one. But I don't have to tell you that. I'll go ahead and show you.
Почему у меня такое ощущение, что мы как Карлан? Почему я Карлан? Чего я такой маленький? Почему она такая большая? Почему я опять на своих коленях? Встань с коленей, урод. Пожалуйста. Give up. Ну, раз мы уже на коленях стоим.
As the blade falls from your trembling hands, the princess rears back, readying a bone-shattering haymaker.
Возможно, это путь истинного куколда.
You fall to your knees, barely able to process the ringing in your ears before she hits you again.
А, на лестнице. Ну, кстати, может быть, может быть. Ну, хотя до этого-то она была перед нами, а не на лестнице. Когда мы ее ножом в спину тыкнули.
Every blow is as punishing as the first. You feel bones shatter with every
в итоге
impact,
всё равно мы с ней
unknown
сражаемся.
ruptures blossoming with blood somewhere inside of you. If we're lucky, the wound you manage to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she gets out.
Oh, too weak to even try fighting back. How disappointing.
She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you down to the ground.
О, нет.
Her knee falls to your throat, your windpipe crushed beneath a weight you didn't think her slight form could possibly possess. It can't just end like this, right?
Закукожен, да.
I'm sorry, but it's over.
О, вот это был классный звук.
Everything goes dark,
Sound design.
and you die.
The Tower.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Это уже, по-моему, 3-я или 4-я глава, с которой я не знаком. Но мы продолжаем скипать. Упорно продолжаем скипать. И у нас по-прежнему есть возможность уйти.
A terrible sense of if he doesn't remember what happened. You know I can hear you. What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again.
Ну, теперь Брокин появился.
She is not going to. It hasn't. Or if it has, those are two. Let's. You died? Of course we died. She didn't feel pain. She didn't feel much of anything, did she? And she broke every bone in our body before she decided to let us die. What were we supposed to do to stop her then? What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless. She's just a princess. Slaying her shouldn't have been difficult, but congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was... What do you mean? Yes, but if it's the latter, do you think the people there... If she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin, break her chains and let her do whatever she wants. It's all the same in the end. Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So chin up. I believe in you. Just be quick about it. She is just a princess. Or we could pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending that we're capable
Вот
of
он,
doing anything
голос
in this
куколды.
situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. People locked her in that. Look. Oh. Of course you're special. Who cares if you think we're special? As far as I can tell, the only thing special about us is that we get to experience painfully dying all over again. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. I've told you everything you need to know. The less you know about her, the better. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Разворачиваемся и уходим.
You're right. We should just leave. There's nothing we can do to stop her, so we might as well enjoy what little time we have left. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going? There won't be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing forever. Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, but fine. You turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. What's going on? Where are we? We're dead, obviously.
Опять все померкло. Опять long quiet. Но приближается. Oblivion, забвение. Становимся бесформенными. Да, мы должны были принять решение. Это было неправильное решение. Я люблю тебя. You're a bliss, joy, and understanding everywhere at once. Soul threatens to fade away. I love you. Your agony, numbing arm, parched throat, open wound. У нас тут даже есть выбор. Существовать или... Вновь продолжается, да, агония. Блаженство. Агония и блаженство. Бесконечной чередой. И невозможность отсутствия выбора. Рано или поздно придется сделать этот выбор. Но уже поздно. Смотря на чем перестанешь существовать, ты думаешь? Кстати, хорошая идея. Вот, допустим, мы блаженство. А нет, агония. Не получится. Мы всегда останавливаемся на агонии. Ох уж эти эмоциональные качели. Сознание утекает. Глазки закрываются. Любопытная концовка. Обливион. Концовка забвением. Однако. То есть, получается, сколько раз мы отказались? 6, 7? А если бы мы с самого начала отказывались? Что будет, если мы в конце все-таки пойдем в хижину? Потому что это будет уже 7-й луп, да, или даже 8-й. Я уже сбился со счета. Мы принесли 1 сосуд, и это будет 2-й, но при этом большинство тарутов не закончено. Что будет в этом случае? По идее, тоже должно что-то быть. Пойдем в хижину. Заодно посмотрим на башню.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Lying? Cheating? Why would she even bother? She didn't need to do anything like that last time. She caught us off guard last time. We'll be fine. Let's just keep our wits about us. At least one of you still has a shred of sense. Just make sure you listen to him and not that whiner. If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here. The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small?
Потому что на картонах.
We don't feel small. We are small. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse. For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal. Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have a heart to tell us. Please don't. I'd rather the princess kill us again than see how dreadful we are. I care less about what we look like and more about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us? I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do? You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
Брать или не брать? Не брать.
No blade this time. Yeah. Maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed. Blade, no blade. It doesn't matter. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. You shouldn't have come down here unarmed. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess. Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
Да это же я богиня.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet. And more than a little disappointing.
She's disappointed in us?
Kneel.
Ну ладно, это Рут Куколда, поэтому на колени. Привет, Пек.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
Ну и потом она же принцесса, так что ничего страшного.
The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart.
It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs. I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it? It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson. You are the only one who can deal with her, and if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she? Then you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable. Can't you feel it? He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her? Okay, first things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done. The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. If you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird. There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet. This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart. All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
Don't be rude. Of course she can. It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world. That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do. The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am, or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was. The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world. And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours.
Ножа нет. Ножа нет. Я на коленях. Выбора нет. Ну что ж, присягнуть ей.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent? All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong, trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Эхо. Эхо.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine. Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Oh.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? We don't even have a weapon. All you need to do is believe it's been done.
Что если я не верю?
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed. All you have to do is open the last door to your heart.
Кстати, плюс еще один голос.
It's easy. And once you let her in, you'll be safe and free forever. Please don't do this.
Остался только герой, который еще сопротивляется.
There's nothing to be sorry about. This is how it was always going to be. And it is good. Alright, I'm done with this. I'm just gonna go sit in the corner. Let me know if we get our agency back. Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave. Nothing, and then everything.
А? Бай-бай. Но, да. Взять ее за руку, подержаться за ручки не получилось. Ее забрали. Память возвращается.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. This is what we all deserve, isn't it?
Что же мы увидим в зеркале? Вырос. О, кабина.
You are back. It is good that you listened to my warning. Choice has been stripped from you. There are very few paths left for you to walk, but there is still a tarnished thread leading to our freedom. But your commitment now is final. Your ability to walk the path of mutual annihilation is vanished with your return. If you still wish to obliterate me, it will have to wait until I am complete. Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again. If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry. Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern. Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward. With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed, but in this moment, all I want is to know myself. Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread. Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me. This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart. Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you. There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover. Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets. The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence. My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow. My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now. There's nowhere for you to be but here. I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
You're on a path. You're here to...
Любопытно. Какой это луп уже? 8? 9? Вообще получается интересно. Что если бы мы скипали с самого начала? Потому что, мне кажется, если бы мы скипали с самого начала, то было бы все несколько иначе. Даже она сама там упоминает, что в начале ее не существовало, пока мы первый сосуд ей не принесли. Как бы понятно, что если мы продолжим скипать, то это будет концовка Обливиона. Но если бы мы не принесли бы ей первый сосуд, у нее не было бы возможности предупредить нас, как мне кажется. Хотя, может быть, было бы то же самое. Привет, Блиц. Я вот думаю, вернуться сейчас в самое начало или продолжить посмотреть, какие еще могут быть руты. У нас, по идее, что? Лезвие, да, есть. Фурия, раут. Вообще так стоит посчитать. В прошлый раз, по-моему, 5 рутов надо было закрыть для концовки. Два мы сейчас закрыли, остальные проскипали. Там штуки 4, наверное, проскипали. И еще минимум 2 впереди. И по идее один, который мы еще не встречали. Что-то пропустил опять все. Привет, Варвар. Ну, да, немножко пропустил. Сколько уже? 4, почти 5 часов. Ну да, давайте тогда продолжим уже идти тогда этим маршрутом. Посмотрим. Ну, у нас сейчас, по идее, да, вот осталась Фурия раут и с лезвием. Может быть, что-нибудь другое. Посмотрим.
You make your way up the short path.
Доведем все до конца.
The interior of the blade.
Берем нож.
You take the blade from the table.
Вообще хорошо, что у нас есть возможность проскипать, потому что это позволяет нам поизучать разные варианты.
The door to the basement creaks over her voice.
Это даже удобно.
She sounds, don't let it...
Так, ну по-прежнему можем сказать ей хай или что-нибудь.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs.
Мне кажется, вот эти вот варианты, из них важны только где мы говорим, что хотим спасти ее. Но они существуют только когда мы не берем нож. Если же мы берем кинжал, то у нас только такие ответы, которые в любом случае ведут сюда. Возможно, там, где мы выбираем, что мы хотим ее зарезать, Это тоже определяющий выбор.
She's so coldly beautiful. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something? Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look, don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk. The blade tumbles out of
Продолжаем.
your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just...
Against your better judgment, you will be fine. Don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Do you? You're lying.
Как ты догадался?
How does she know that?
Don't think that just because I'm the one in chains, it means you have a right to interrogate me. Don't jump to any weird conclusions. Too long.
Note the lack of detail. She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness.
Again, You can't. Don't.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. Well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eye. She isn't suggesting what She is.
Oh, have you decided what...
You know what. Oh, you have to be kidding. You walk up to the chains, binding the princess to the wall. And give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it.
Doubtful.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make someone else.
Дверь закрыта.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Да, теперь у нас нет возможности освободить ее. Ну, тогда пыряем.
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down. The princess flinches as you strike, and your weapon sinks into her shoulder.
You bastard. If I have to kill you to leave this place, I'll do it.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's unarmed, and there's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you raise your blade to strike again, she kicks out, knocking your legs out from under you. The two of you struggle on the ground. You lash out with the blade, slicing wherever you can. Her fists connect with your body again and again, each blow stronger than the last, shattering bone and rupturing tissue with reckless abandon. Forget trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got. You roll out of her grasp and shakily push yourself back to your feet. Though every inch of you is in pain, the princess probably has it worse. Blood pours out from countless gashes, staining her once pristine dress. She pauses for a moment, catching her breath, staring at you with wild eyes. We can still turn this around.
У нас нету варианта. Только finish the job. Вариантов остается все меньше и меньше.
You steel your resolve and take another step towards the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? What was that about not making it out of here alive? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This was fun. You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder. Do you really think this is the end?
But you don't have the time to worry over her words. Everything goes dark, and you die.
По-моему, здесь должен был быть выбор. Но в этот раз его не было. Adversary. Противник, соперник.
You're on a path in the
Uri
woods,
Raut.
and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. If he doesn't remember what happened, you know I can hear you, right? That's fine. It doesn't matter if he can hear us. The only that's the spirit.
Так, если мы уходим, то опять будет концовка Обливиона, забвения, взаимного уничтожения.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Но, да, теперь мы не можем отступить. То ли из-за того, что мы 2 раза уже перенесли ей душу, ну, сосуд, закрыли 2 раута, либо потому, что уже просто, ну, тупо нету больше раутов. И это последние. Забавно, то есть концовку забвения можно открыть только в самом начале, если скипать. Но все еще остается открытым вопрос, что будет, если проскипать с самого начала. Но это уже на другой раз.
It hasn't. Those are two very different questions. A warning. She will lie. Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight. Are you sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear? Crystal. Let's just get on with it already. The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. See? Even the cabin has the right idea. Let's get moving. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous... So focus...
Мы можем и не брать нож. Я не помню, в прошлый раз, когда я шел этим раутом, по-моему, я брал. Да, по-моему, я брал нож.
No knife this time. Right then, fisticuffs it is. Probably more fair to her anyway. Wouldn't want to feel like we cheated our way to a win. As long as you can still get the job done, And don't forget that the blade is waiting for you upstairs if you happen to change your mind. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening. Good. Sounds like my kind of princess. As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall. Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. But no little knife this time, huh? No, I hope you're not just here to chat. I've been itching for a rematch.
Уж нет, поболтаем. Мы можем уйти. Любопытно.
Okay, fine. Let's say for a moment I believe you. For all we know, whatever happened to you last time was just a fluke, and beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember what happened last time. Are you okay? Of course I'm not okay. As far as we're all concerned, the fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
Aside from your empty hands, you look exactly the same. No, I remember you all right. Best 3 minutes of my life. So, why don't we do it again? Or are you scared I'm going to put you down for good this time?
Are you just going to let her talk to us like that? We're not scared. I think my position on violence in this situation is already more than clear, but you really shouldn't let yourself be goaded so easily. There's more at risk in this encounter than your fragile ego. I agree. If we're gonna fight her, we need a weapon.
What is there to unpack? I was dead and now I'm not, and the same goes for you. There. Unpacking done. Don't you get it? We've been given free rein to wail on each other. Forever.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Haven't we talked enough? Do you really have anything else to say? Or are you just stalling because you're scared I'm going to kill you again?
Free her? You aren't. I don't know why I'm even bothering, to be honest. You know the stakes of the situation.
Who says I want to be free?
Are you sure we want to look a gift horse in the mouth right now? If she doesn't want to leave, doesn't this whole situation just work out for everyone?
There's nothing out there for me. The only thing I care about is right here. All I want is to keep knowing what it feels like to kill you and be killed by you. I want to feel that knife split me open. I want to feel your bones snap beneath my fists.
I think I'll just let the princess speak for herself here. Leaving her in the basement isn't an answer. You have to make a choice. And there's only one choice worth making. Fight her. Win.
You haven't decided? We talked more than enough last time.
Do you really have anything else to say? Or are you just stalling because you're scared I'm going to kill you? If you want to talk, I guess I can talk. But you should come a little closer first. Then why are you just standing there? Fight me.
Что если мы развернемся и уйдем?
Oh, you've got another thing coming if you think you can just turn around and leave.
As you step towards the stairs, you hear the heavy creak of straining metal, and then a snap. She's loose. You have to make a decision, and you have to make it fast.
Run like hell. Так, ну, время подумать, по-моему, я уже так, да. Бежать, бежать.
You do your best to scramble up the stairs before the princess can reach you. You practically feel her steamy breath on the back of your neck, but you manage, just barely, to throw yourself over the threshold and slam the heavy stone doors behind you. You're safe, if only for a moment. The blade. Take the blade from the altar. Are you sure about that?
Do you think this door is enough to hold me? You're not getting out of this. I don't care how many things I have to break. I'm getting the fight I want.
The entire cabin shakes as the princess throws herself against the basement door. It's huge and made of stone. We're fine, right? If we had a weapon, we'd be fine. Yes, you should probably pick up the blade, shouldn't you? I know I'd feel a lot safer with it. Before you can act, another impact shakes the cabin, a massive gash splitting its way up the stone doors. She comes. The doors explode outwards, shards of stone clattering against the walls as the princess emerges from the basement.
After everything we've been through, I can't believe this is going to end with you cowering in a corner. You're pathetic.
We're doomed. In a fit of violence, the princess
Такой радостный.
explodes across the room and closes the gap between you. She is merciless. With every blow comes a bloom of fresh pain, igniting nerves you didn't know you even had, your skin bruising and splitting and bleeding as her fists rain down relentlessly. Thankfully, you won't have to bear this agony much longer. Your body has its limits, and she has found them. I hate this. With your body a shapeless pulp, her fingers wrap around what's left of your neck.
You disgust me.
You hear a snap, then everything goes dark, and you die.
Фурия.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path,
В этой
all
главе
right,
я еще
change
не
of
был.
plans. We're taking the blade this time, and we're not hiding upstairs.
Who cares about the blade? If we had a chance against her, we already missed it, didn't we?
Мистер Брокен.
She got stronger, and we stayed the same.
We've seen her bleed. Whatever she is, she started out mortal, which means she probably is still mortal, which means we can win. We just didn't take things seriously enough last time.
If that's what you want, then fine. Enjoy being beaten to death again and again and again.
You're stuck here with us too. For all you know, we'll never get to leave this place until we get it right. Well, this is just great. Let me cut to the chase. Clearly, you've already been here. Yeah, you think?
Actually, I don't think we have been here. This is all different, isn't it?
That's a good point. Everything here is a little off. Yes, precisely. And if you'd given me 2 seconds to finish my thought, I would have said that. Oh, you're actually letting me talk now. Great. If you've already been here, it means you've seen things you aren't supposed to have seen, and you know things that you aren't supposed to know. this doesn't look like a park in the woods if reality seems distorted. It's because reality is distorted. So you knew this could happen. You knew we'd be able to restart like this. I know all sorts of things, which is why you should listen to me. That's not really an answer. Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs. So you'd better take things seriously. Don't worry. We only need this one last go at things. You'd better hope that's true, and don't let that inflated ego get in the way of doing your job.
What's the point? We might as well just give up. The stakes keep getting higher and we keep getting smaller.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We need to be tough right now, and you're making it so much harder than it has to be, so stop whining.
Вот в 3 главе у нас уже по определению нету выбора свалить. Сможем ли мы попасть в 4 главу? И есть ли вообще 4 глава для этого раунда?
I can't. Anything I say at this point is far more likely to accelerate the unraveling of this place than it is to actually help you do your job.
И еще интересный вопрос, есть ли разница между тем, закончить этот раунд на 2 главе или на 3? Вообще, есть ли возможность закончить его на 2 главе? В чем разница?
In fact, I probably shouldn't have even said that. I trust that if you've been here before, it means you know how dangerous she is, and that you know I'm not lying to you about her. Really? That's it? That's all we're getting out of you?
Even now you're full of secrets. We're doomed, aren't we?
I get it. You're conflicted. You've been through a lot, but I really have to be firm here. I will tell you one thing, which is that even now you are capable of stopping her and saving the world from ruin. You always have been, and you always will be. Do with that what you will. Then what happens? Have you even been listening? It's the end is what happens. Yeah, but is there something after the end? How am I supposed to know? The end means finality. It's not like I can just peek on over to the other side and tell you what it's like there, if there even is a there. It doesn't matter because we're going to win. Now that's exactly the sort of mindset I like to see. Don't let yourself be consumed with self-doubt. Don't flirt with oblivion. Just focus on the present and everything will be absolutely fine.
So what if I'm speaking my mind? It's not like I've ever really gotten a say in things.
Let's keep it that way. I don't trust this one. I don't think you have much to worry about. You're still the one in charge here, and I don't think that's ever going to change. Good, we're all on the same page. It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up at the cabin on the hill. You'll find the princess within, as I'm sure you already know. End her. That's it? No final words of advice? I'd rather not waste any more time. I'm sure that any advice I'd give at this point is something you've already heard. That's fine by me. Let's get moving. I'm itching for a rematch. The interior of the cabin is a place that feels long forgotten. There was once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight. But that is how it was. Now there is a growth that has overtaken it. A viscous fluid seeps from cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living meat. That's horrible. It doesn't matter. The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. A mirror? There is no mirror. There's the pedestal, the blade sitting on the pedestal, and the door to the basement. Just tell us where the door is. I'd like to get back to fighting, and if you want us to kill her so bad, I'm sure you feel the same. No more messing around. I don't know what to tell you. There isn't a mirror because I would know if there was a mirror. You're either seeing things or you're confused on the definitions of door and mirror. Or you're seeing things. That seems far more likely. What are you trying to say exactly?
He thinks we've lost it, that we're succumbing to madness, that something in us has broken.
That's an unnecessarily melodramatic way to describe a hallucination, but sure. I'm not going to waste time arguing with any of you. It's in our way. Let's just smash it.
Можем не брать кинжал.
You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You really don't, do you? How strange. It's a bit grimy. Why don't we wipe it clean? Wipe what clean? Are you still on about that mirror? It's not real. I'd know about it if it were real. No, we can't doubt our eyes like that. It has to be real. Let's just smash it and get it over with. I'm ready to get violent. We won't be able to see what's in there if we smash it. Do whatever you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter, aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time. You bring your fist crashing down against the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead. Why am I not surprised? You step forward into the darkness. You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the... Why am I not surprised? You step forward into the darkness. The stairs leading down to the basement are at once both narrow and grandiose. A high vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight, while walls wet with tumorous growths press in uncomfortably at your sides. You feel both unprotected and trapped, at once exposed and claustrophobic. The air is thick, its odor an oppressive violence, the metallic scent of fresh blood twisting with the nauseating embers of charred remains. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice of bellowing rage roars up the stairs.
And so you've returned. Do you intend to cower and hide again? Or have you finally decided to try and kill me? I think you'll find it won't be so simple. I've changed. The way your body broke and bled against the walls of this temple, it woke something in me. That wasn't a fight. It was something worse. I'm something worse now. Why don't you come down and see what you've made of me?
But I don't want to see what we made. Can't we just give up? Blade, no blade, it's all the same. We can't beat her. Not anymore.
We can. You're just a quitter. I want to see. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. The chamber's walls are painted in blood, a deep, sickening red that drips down in clotted streams onto the charred corpses that make up its floor. This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone. The princess stands in its center, muscles flayed and bare and weeping, draped in a tattered dress of her own skin. Her heart beats from its place in her open chest.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin. Blood drips from the place where metal meets flesh. And then, with a nauseating sound, the skin tears. It plops to the ground, and she pulls her red, glistening arm free from her bindings. She is loose, and she is coming for you.
What can we even do against someone like her? She has such power, such beauty.
Stop that. We can win. We just have to lose our fear. We don't even have a weapon. It doesn't matter. I refuse to go out any way that isn't kicking and screaming.
If you're sorry, then you'll stand and fight. I don't want a sniveling coward. I want to squeeze the life out of a ferocious heart.
She bounds across the room, her fists ready, her heart set upon your destruction. With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound.
I hope you weren't planning on dying. We're going to make this last forever. Huh. I feel cold. I've never felt cold before.
Нет, руки.
No. No more words. There is only the truth of violence left between us.
She bounds across the room, her fists red, with a horrifying squelch.
I hope you weren't planning on dying. We're going to make... Huh. You're right. We don't. But I want to. So badly.
She bounds across with a horrifying
I hope you weren't planning on dying. Time happened. You happened. But none of that matters. We're together again and I'll have what you denied me.
She bounds across with a horrifying You stand, arms out, with a horrifying
I hope you weren't Huh.
Fight back.
Still unarmed, you charged.
It's now or never. Let's make it a beautiful blaze of glory.
With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound.
I hope you weren't planning on dying. Huh. I feel...
Так, возьмем
You take the
кинжал.
blade from the good.
Вперед.
You step spit. Wait, what? No, we won't be. Do whatever you. You bring your fist crashing down against the as if on command. Why am I not surprised? You step forward into the dark. The stairs lead. The air is her voice.
And so you've returned. Do you intend? I think you'll find it won't be so simple. That wasn't a...
But I don't want to see what we made.
We can. You're just a quitter. I want to see. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. The chamber's walls are painted in blood. The princess stands in its center.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps, and then, with a nauseating sound, the skin tears. It plops to the ground. She is loose, and she is coming for you.
What can we even do against someone like her?
Stop that. We can win. We just have to lose our fear.
I'm going to end you.
You'll try. And that's what I've been so excited for. Let's hurt each other.
Your heart free of fear, you charge towards the princess, your eyes locked on each other, both of you prepared to lay down your very essence in one blow. It's now or never. Let's make it a beautiful blaze of glory. With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound.
I hope you weren't planning on dying. We're going to make this I feel.
О, похоже, да. В этой главе неважно.
Your heart free of fear, you charge. It's now or with a horrifying squelch.
I hope you weren't planning on dying.
Да. Эта третья глава достаточно прямолинейная. Увы, никакой четвертой главы здесь нету. Никакой четвертой фури главы для нас.
She's gone. And there's that mirror. What is that supposed to mean?
This is what we all deserve, isn't it?
Screw that! This can't be the end. It just can't!
Can't. It just can't. Что же мы увидим в зеркале? Wizard.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same. And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it. As easily as you can stand to be you, you are like me. Even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if This one is desecration. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself. But there is passion and empathy in her misery. She will make for a burning heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace. It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me? It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion. My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. the angles of my vantage. Perhaps this will change when our... I care about your gifts, but we will know when we near our destination.
То есть еще минимум 2. Ё-моё, еще минимум 2. Ух, жестко.
The tides do not dictate where... My gift to you is to let you choose your path.
Могли бы ли мы привести к ней Фурика, а не Фурию? Кто знает.
The desires of my multitude, I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try, but no. If that remains your... I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Этот переход. Снова первая глава.
You're on a path in the wood. You're here. You make your way up the short path. The interior of the cabin, the blade is...
Только взять кинжал.
You take the blade from the table. The door to the base, her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge. Don't let it fool you.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about...
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She's so coldly beautiful. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
О. Теперь мы не можем с ней разговаривать. Никак.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this. I'm positive. I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has a weapon, she'll have to draw it before she can use it.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
Но я не могу бросить нож. Увы.
You charge the princess, blade in hand, but unfortunately your earlier suspicions proved correct. A blade of her own slips down her sleeve and catches you in the neck.
Ну точно, это раут лезвием. Клинка.
Blood sprays from the cut. Your severed carotid
Пока
artery
что похоже
pinching
на
the
это.
princess with strokes of red. You'd better finish your task quickly before you run out of time.
Мы можем и умереть.
Are you serious? The wound in your neck is too much for you to bear, and you collapse to the floor of the basement, rapidly bleeding out. The princess stands over you with an intense curiosity as you fade away.
Oops.
Oopsie.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Да. Рейзер. Лезвие,
You're on a
бритва,
path in the woods,
клинок.
And at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to Oh, don't you start grandstanding about moral. If he doesn't remember what happened, then...
This whole thing's a crock of shit. She's just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again.
Stabbed to death? Well, you won't have to worry about that.
Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. When we asked you if you were sure she didn't have a weapon on her, you said you were positive she did. But it turns out she did, because when we charged her, she started stabbing us to death.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons. So there's no reason to fear.
Я могу уйти?
You have already committed.
Нет, да. Я не могу уйти. На секунду я подумал, что могу.
A warning. She will lie. She will cheat.
He couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
We know what to look out for this time. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Can you two stop arguing? It's stressful enough in here without all of this extra noise.
As do I. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so... You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. This really isn't... You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. But it was there a second ago.
Now it's gone. Yet another thing in here playing tricks on us. I hate this place. Are we really doing this without a weapon? You know she has one, right?
Сначала без кинжала.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Scraping? She's not even trying to hide her knife. It's like she wants to get in our head.
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us. Like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room.
Возможно, именно в этом рауте я доходил до 4 главы. Вроде как да.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down. Exactly. She sounds threatening because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right? What? No! didn't stab you. I am just a sweet, innocent princess trapped here for no reason. And you are a brave knight who's supposed to walk up to, not stabbing distance to help me.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her. She certainly feels threatening. Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it. But you know who has the capacity to quickly arm himself? You do. So stop second-guessing yourself, go upstairs, take the blade, and do your job. But I'm nervous. All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
That's so rude of you, passing judgments on strangers you've never met just because they're different from you. How would you like it if I did that, huh? Silly little Birdface thinks he's so serious coming down here but doesn't know anything. He doesn't even have a knife for stabbing. I bet you didn't like that, did you? I bet you didn't like being judged for no reason.
How many more times does she have to vaguely threaten you before you finally decide you're ready to deal with her? We're clearly still figuring out our angle. We don't have the luxury of watching this from a distance. Oh, I'm sorry, do you think I'm in a position of luxury right now? You're acting like you are. My entire world is at risk. Then maybe you should behave with a little more humility. A bit of self-deprecation would go a long way. No, I have my dignity. Fine, and will continue to treat you exactly how you deserve to be treated.
Last time, if someone came into my house and tried to kill me and I cut his neck open, surely I would remember that. But I don't remember it, so it must not have happened.
Last time? What are you talking about? Ugh, it's like the two of you are working together on this. Aren't you listening to her? She's obviously lying through her teeth. I'm terrible at spotting lies, and even I can tell something's up here. We can't be the only ones that looped back to the start. Someone else has to remember, right? Yes, something is obviously up, and we can all tell that she's lying. The thing she's lying about is how dangerous she is, not dimension hopping or time travel or whatever it is you think you're doing.
A knife? What are you talking about? I don't have a knife. Where would I keep a knife? And why would I stab you to death? I don't know you. You haven't given me a reason to stab you to death. It would be so silly of me to cut you open and look at your insides.
Okay, I could have sworn we didn't mention stabbing anyone to death. Sounds like she's really out for blood. Fortunately for you, she isn't armed.
It would be so much easier to prove that I do have a sharp object. I could just show it to you, but I don't have one, so I can't.
The princess smiles as she pulls her hands from behind her back.
But look at this! Hands! Hands that don't have anything in them to stab you with!
Her smile stretches into an even wider grin as she shakes her sleeves.
And empty sleeves, too! Look at how few stabbing implements I have. It's practically zero. I've shown you all of my hiding spots. What kind of princess do you think I am? I would never hide something sharp somewhere secret. Wait, that sounds like I'm lying, but I'm actually not. My secret zones are for me, only they have nothing to do with you or my intention to not stab you to death the second you get close to me.
Her smile drops for a moment, her expression sharp and flat.
I assure you, there's nothing hidden there.
I'm inclined to believe her on that one. She seems serious. Of course, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have something hidden somewhere. We know for a fact she's armed.
Yes! Yes, of course! Haven't you seen that I've only been nice to you since you got here?
Has she? Her words have been fine, but her general attitude's been weird and extremely suspicious. And I think that's what really counts. This shouldn't even be a question. She absolutely has not been nice to you.
But we don't have anything to talk through. We're strangers and this place is cramped and annoying and you should just come over here and let me out.
I think I've said my piece at this point. I think we all have. But if you want to keep exhausting your questions, it beats getting stabbed to death.
Oh, you don't. Okay, I see. I have an idea. You should come over here and stare directly at the chains. You won't be able to find a key if you don't know what it's supposed to look like, so you better come right within close staring distance just to be sure. Okay, I'm bored now.
She's bored? That's absurd. She doesn't get to be bored. Not in a way that matters. She's a prisoner. She's... Shit. In a sudden burst of movement, the princess leaps towards you, a blade erupting from her free arm, her wrist limp and empty from the violent expulsion. Huh. So I guess she did have a knife of her own after all.
Я все думал, она устанет от бесконечных вопросов, или я смогу задать их всем. Похоже, она устала.
How conciliatory of you. We appreciate it, really. Now what are we going to do? At least we're safe here. She's still in chains. And those chains stop her from
Opa.
continuing her advance, at least for a moment. She looks down at them with something between annoyance and confusion. And then she slices through her arm.
Ладно, это было ожидаемо.
Okay, maybe we aren't safe here. She doesn't even hesitate before darting towards you with a terrifying speed you can't hope to outpace. That won't stop us from trying. Run, 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 run!
Бежим, бежим,
Sprint for
бежим,
the
бежим.
stairs, but
Очко жим-жим.
I wasn't exaggerating when I said she was running at you with a terrifying speed you couldn't hope to outpace. We don't make it, do we? No. You feel her blade in your back before you make it to the first stair.
I'm going to kill you now.
And with a squelch, she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
No way out. А был ли я в этой
You're on a
главе?
path in the woods. No, you're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp. I feel. Oh ho ho ho! Nobody. Nope. Who cares about? Is this fun? Great. So this is our. No wonder that can't be right.
I couldn't agree more.
The only we take it. Okay, sure. And then what? Too late, because fortunately for the rest of you and for me, that is horribly unfair. He shouldn't be allowed to just do things like we're the one who made us pick it up. What's done is done.
You're all
So I'd love to you walk, but there isn't a minute.
Интересно. Как все поменялось. Так, ну пока загрузимся. Я помню, что вроде как он брал нож, но он не выкидывал его. Там появился, кажется, другой голос.
But I'm not mad at you, so please stop standing so far out of reach. Okay, I'm bored now. That doesn't sound like me. Okay, I'm bored now. Of course not. At least not now, because you're here to save me. But you'll have to come close. Okay, I'm bored now. All sorts of things, which is why I think that's a great idea. I would love to not be chained up down here. Being chained up is so boring, and I crave fresh and new activities to broaden my horizons.
Please don't let her out of here. Believe it or not, I think I'm actually with him on this. Okay, but what if all of this is just a misunderstanding? There has to be room for this to be a misunderstanding.
Ну. Активности такие, как колоть, резать, пырять, убивать.
Yes, I mean, maybe.
Да,
I've never
да.
done any of those things, but there is something alluring about the sound of it. I think it would also be fun to do other activities like look at a bird or touch a tree.
Ну да, там. Смотреть на птичек, трогать деревья, пырять ножом прохожих.
Okay, now listen.
Звучит хорошо.
You're not actually buying this, are you? Listen. Yes, I would like to look at a bird. You can look at a bird later. But if we look at a bird now, we wouldn't have to be here. He has a point.
Внезапно захотелось посмотреть на птиц.
Just make a decision already.
It's boring if you leave.
She's bored? That's absurd. She doesn't get to be bored. Not in a way that matters. She's a prisoner. She's... In a sudden burst of movement, the princess leaps towards you, a blade How conciliatory of you. We appreciate it, really. Now what are we going to do? At least we're safe here. She's still in chains, and those chains stop her from continuing. She looks down at them with something between. Then she... Okay, maybe we aren't safe here. She doesn't even hesitate before... That won't stop us. You sprint for... We don't make... No. You feel...
I'm going to kill you now.
М.
It's boring if you leave.
She's... That's absurd. She doesn't get to be bored.
Ага.
Shit. In a sudden burst of movement...
За ножом сходить мы не успеем.
Would I just lie? Would I just lie to your face and tell you a thing I remembered happening didn't happen just so I could stab you again? I mean, just so I could stab you for the first time.
Aha! She slipped up there. She said again, and her taking it back doesn't count. Do you hear how deranged you sound right now? Please stop dawdling. This is only going to end with violence. Postponing the inevitable is only going to make it worse for you when it actually happens.
Oh, you don't. I have an idea. You. Okay, I'm bored now. Would I mean, just.
Do you...
Ладно, давай, подойду к тебе. С
Of
табой,
course
с
I
табой.
won't.
Against your better judgment,
Ой, тут
you
самые
walk
разные
across the room to
принцессы.
within arm's reach of the princess. I don't like the way you said within arm's reach. You hear the horrible sound of metal slicing through meat. Whose meat? Not ours, right? Hers, at first. Then yours. Your neck, specifically.
Опять. Опять глотку
Again?
перерезала.
Really?
Hehe.
Хи-хи.
You collapse to the ground, your vision swimming as you attempt to focus on her bloody blade and the limp sack of flesh that was once her arm.
You're going to die now.
And with a quick jerk of her elbow, she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die. You're on a... No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting it... What? The interior of the cabin is sharp. I feel... Oh ho ho ho! Nobody. Who cares about cards? You're all acting like this. Is this fun for you? Great. So obviously this is our... No wonder things are for... That can't be right. That's...
I couldn't agree more.
The only furniture of note... We take it. Okay, sure, you take... And then, we throw it out the window.
Мне нравится. Один говорит, мы берем, другой, мы бросаем. Ладно, эта часть остается такой же. Что если мы возьмем нож? Вряд ли
take
это
the
много
blade from the
поменяет.
table.
Ну, может, добавит пару
It will
опций.
be... It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our...
The door to the basement, the air seeping up. Scraping? That sound could be her great.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice. Yeah, she thinks she's better than us. Like as you descend the final step.
Finally, somebody. Quick, get me out of these chains.
Come on now, we're not. If she sounds threatening.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Last time? Ugh, it's like the two of you are on terrible spot. Yes, something is obviously up. The princess falls silent, her smile unwavering as you charge across the room. Okay, she hasn't pulled out a knife yet, and her hands are still behind her back. I think we can do this. I think we can win. We just have to strike now, but make sure you keep your eyes on those hands. I don't trust her for a second. But your focus is broken by the... Who's me? Hers, then yours.
Hehe.
Ow! What did she even... You stare down at your chest, and at the long, thin blade she impaled you with. And then the red, angry slit along the flesh of her thigh.
О, в этот раз она, да, с ногой. Лезвие из ноги ушло.
Bullshit.
You're going to die now.
With a twist of her knee and a painful squelch, she does.
И другая глава. Слушайте, а если я беру нож, то третья глава изменяется.
What? I feel... Nobody. The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Good. It's better that way.
И другой голос появляется, упрямец. Вместо контрадиктора.
The only furniture we take it. Okay, sure. This feels right. That's right. We've got to be.
И да, в этот раз мы не выбрасываем нож в третьей главе. Забавно. Хорошо. Но эту третью главу я знаю, она чем закончится. Девушка превратится в, по сути, монстра из лезвий с бьющимся сердцем посередине. Возможно, будет следующая, еще одна глава. Но что будет, если... Таки не возьмем кинжал. Что-то новенькое будет.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here. It's boring if you leave.
No way out.
You're on a path in the woods.
No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin.
You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do? I feel dizzy.
Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
Nobody. Nobody holds the cards. That's how it's always been. That's unfortunately how reality works.
Who cares about cards? You're all acting like this is about winning and losing, while this is actually about having fun.
About having fun.
How can you care about having fun at a time like this? There is someone or something out there pulling the strings, and we're all just puppets until we can figure out how to see them.
But what if that someone is us, eh? Wouldn't that be neat? If we were the ones pulling the strings, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have died twice already.
Great, so obviously you've already been here. How many times?
This is our third?
No wonder things have fallen apart.
You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right? That can't be right. That's too much responsibility. It's only too much responsibility if these worlds are real. Let's just stay focused. The only furniture of note is a bent metal table. We take it. Okay, sure, you take... And then, we throw it out the window. What? That blade is the only edge we have. We are not. Fortunately for the rest of you, and for me, and for the sake of the world, yes.
Сколько здесь голосов собралось? Cheated, Paranoid, Contrarian. Брокен же был, да, в самом начале. Cheated, наратор, герой, параноид, контрариан, да.
That is horribly unfair. He shouldn't be allowed to just do things like that. You were the one who made us pick it up. See? You're not the only one who can figure out how to do things. What's done is done. I suggest you make the best of it. Oh, is this how things are going to be now? All of us vying over a single body? Fine. See this corner? It's mine. And I'd better not see any of you trying to invade my personal space.
Персональное пространство.
So,
Ой-ой.
are you just going to stand there, or are you going to head to the basement like you're
Уж эти
supposed
нарушения
to?
личных границ.
I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are,
Здесь все еще
right?
есть дверь.
But there isn't a door, it's just that mirror again. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore. We can see our reality just fine. Why should we trust his? You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it. Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess. You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising. I can't say I was particularly invested in looking at it before, but now I really want to see what's in it. If it's so keen on hiding from us, whatever it has must be real good. It feels like it's hiding something from us. It's part of the big picture. I just know it. That's why it's being kept from us. Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
As your body tumbles onto the basement landing, the form of the princess comes into view, Riley smiling at you from a distance.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. And you still don't have a weapon. That's funny! That's a joke! I'm going to kill you now.
Yes, that was extremely silly of whoever did that. Probably a bad idea. That was you. I know, I'm just trying to add some levity to this. Well, since all of this was your idea, how about you figure out how to get us out of it? Oh, guys like us don't get to make any decisions. You should know that. I decided to pick up that blade, and you decided to throw it out the window.
I take it back. Having my own corner clearly isn't working because I can still hear you three yelling at each other. She's going to kill us again, you know? Especially if we keep fighting with ourselves. We need to get rid of our thoughts. Your internal bickering is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Alright, I'm out of ideas. What we doing?
Все равно нас прибьет.
Now that is an interesting move. Interesting? It's disgusting. No, don't try romancing the princess. She wants to kill you. She's going to end the world if you don't stop her. Yeah, do we have to flirt with the murderous monster?
Всегда есть время, чтобы поромансить монстром.
Of course we do. I'm into it. The one making the decisions is into it. Are you not? I don't think so. I don't know. I could go either way, honestly. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll throw her off. I know I'd be thrown off if she started flirting with us. Yeah, because you'd be into it. No comment.
Yeah? Give her the look. Это так глупо.
The look.
Да. Да.
Yeah, the best flirts know how to flirt without saying anything. We just have to let her know, right? You flash the princess the look. And a rosy blush rushes to the
как
princess's
мило.
cheeks as she breaks into a wide grin.
О,
Unbelievable.
Господи. Что происходит?
Oh, is that how it is? Yeah, okay, I feel that. I like you too. Neat.
Oh, be damned. This is actually going to work, isn't it?
Still going to kill you. But now we can both enjoy a mutual romantic subtext to the murder.
Здорово. Ну вот уже хорошо. Приправа.
Or not. Is anything going to work with her? She's so single-minded. It's like whatever we do, it's always going to end exactly the same. Blush still glowing in her cheeks. The princess closes the distance between you and skewers you. Ow. What worthwhile romance doesn't hurt at least a little bit? What matters is that she likes us. She's even said as much.
Мгм.
Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die?
И новый голос, кстати, появился, да, вот этот Смитинг.
We'd know if we died. Right? You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you? We're dead, aren't we? We're dead. How long have we been dead? Have we been dead the whole time?
Dead.
О, Брокен появился.
Dead.
Stop saying dead, all of you.
Интересно, можно ли
Mark
собрать их
died a
все?
second ago, but right now we're extremely
А, ну,
not dead.
вроде что писали, да, что вроде есть способ.
This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here? I don't actually know how to answer that question. I think he means how many times have we died? Yes, that. Oh, I've lost count, to be honest.
Да, каждый раз, когда умираем, появляется голос. А то
I
и не один.
haven't. It's 4. No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can
Да,
stack.
вот сколько
There's gotta be
можно
a
собрать?
point where it makes us better than her. We'll win her heart eventually.
Come on, show me something new.
Ну, Брокен уже вроде и есть, поэтому сдаваться, наверное, бесполезно. У нас нету упрямца. Попробуем сразиться.
have to hit her harder. She skewers you. Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps.
What's the point? It's all the...
She skewers you.
Oh, don't give up on me just yet. You.
More noise isn't helping, it's just making it harder to focus. Just keep dodging, just keep dodging, just keep dodging.
А вот Хантед
She skewers
появился.
you.
What's the point of avoiding me if you're not going to fight?
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up. We don't even have a weapon. Yeah, some clod threw it out the window. Again, that was you. No, I was just the clod who suggested it. And if I knew we'd be stuck here forever, I wouldn't have done that. She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels. She
Хладнокровно.
skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
See? We lasted a little longer. Barely. Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that.
Оппортунист.
I'm she skewers you. We're getting close to something, can't you feel it? One last time. Fine. One last time. None of this is working. Think. Think. She skewers you. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Empty cup.
Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin, and we'll take it from here.
Empty cup. Ну, вроде как это другая 4 глава. Не та, которая была в прошлый раз.
No steel claw, though. Was tossing it the only thing we've done that was
Но у
permanent?
нас есть все
That's a
голоса.
sick joke, universe. A sick, sick joke. If it's gone for good, then maybe we never actually needed it. That's what I've been telling you all. We can do this without it. Yeah, mind over matter. Who needs violence when you have love? Who needs love when you've mastered yourself?
Who needs anything when we don't matter?
Well, boys, are we ready? There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them? Yeah, leave it to the pros.
Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover.
Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only it's more of a slide. We know. Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along. Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs, or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this. Don't care, just want to see how this ends. Fine, you make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it?
Сейчас она трансформируется.
I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Пу-пу-пу.
Are you going to say what she does? Do you want me to talk now? Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts. It becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Holy shit! She's gorgeous.
Absolutely divine.
Yes, behold,
The perfect woman.
Do you think we can throw her out the window?
That looked painful. How is she still alive? Heart's still beating.
А
That's
может
all
быть,
she
наоборот, я
needs.
повторяю вот тот путь,
This is fake.
который в
This is
прошлый
all
раз.
fake. That's all just made up.
I'd say we bow down to her right now if that had ever even slightly worked for us.
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it. All right,
What just happened? It's so quiet.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
Не может нас
This
порезать.
worked before. I was able to make you dead before.
О,
Did you do that? It's funny if you did. You're nothing. You've done nothing to me, and I've done so much to you, and
все-таки вроде в этот раз по-другому.
that's who we are. But it's like you're nothing now. You can't be nothing. If you're nothing, then what am I? Am I nothing too? No, I'm the one who hurts you.
О, сама себя. В этот раз у нас в руках ее сердце. О, забрали. Not another word is spoken. It's time for you to leave. И зеркало показывает нам. О, Unraveled. Кожи нет.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to
Черт
know.
возьми, это не последний раунд. Следующий будет последним. Перед финалом. Офигеть. Этот маршрут оказался супер длинным.
This one is sharp and single-minded. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for an indomitable heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be. We are real. Nothing is an idea that... If I did, I would already... It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. No, their minds are empty, existent, but constant. Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves. 1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only
Conversation.
thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Ладно, даже озвучивать не буду.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand. The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Ух,
You're on a path in the
ластовая.
woods. You're here.
Я даже не знаю, какой раут будет следующим. По-моему, мы очень много разных увидели. И даже не увидели несколько новых, да, несколько новых мы скипнули. Но вроде из тех, что были, да, из тех, что уже были так или иначе, мы все увидели. То есть то, что будет сейчас, должно быть чем-то новеньким.
You make your way. The interior of the blade is... You take the blade from the door to the basement.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You step forward. You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Это прям сразу, без раздумий, без всего.
Oh,
Последний оставшийся вариант.
this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. Do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over?
О, это тоже два рута. Один ведет к призраку, а куда ведет другой, я не помню. Ну. Да, похоже, мы выбираем рут призрака. Получается, тот рут, который показался рутом призрака, это рут банши. В итоге мы его так и не посмотрели, а скипнули. Трюк в рукаве, ну, может быть... Нет, не помню, что это трюк в рукаве, и про Туизи тоже. Трудно сказать, что это за руты.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind. Why do I feel like we've done... You did kill someone. But that
Сейчас
day
мы
isn't
получим
today.
свою награду.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all.
Так, но в этот раз я не буду случайно сам себя убивать.
The only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy. I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right? Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are? Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voice's pleas fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Оу. Забавно вышло. Никакого гуд-эндинга для нас. Ну что ж.
Good, because I have an idea to get us out of here, though you're probably not going to like it.
Поэтому надо будет потом попробовать этот гуд-эндинг. Но в самом начале. Когда это еще возможно.
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare. How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it. In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
Картинка вырвала из погружения. На то и был расчет. В прошлый раз я выбрал вот эту первую фразу, и я умер. Но мне кажется, чтобы я здесь не выбрал, я все равно умру. Да.
Thank you. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate? Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
End is never the end. End is never the end.
You're on a path
Да,
in the woods,
это рут призрака.
and at the end of that path, you're here to slay her.
В этот раз я не позволю ей овладеть мной. Я не прыгну в Эбис. Точно, точно.
A warning. She will lie. She won't be a problem.
Как выиграть?
The interior of the
Скоро.
cabin is cold.
Скоро.
A soft odor of dirt permeating the air.
Мы уже близимся к
Cobwebs
концу.
flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters
Осталось
against the
совсем
windows.
немножечко.
The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's definitely... There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? Let's just go into the basement and... But it does matter. Don't you care if we're being lied to? If he's willing to lie about something as a not... I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror eat? But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. Let's not... You take the blade
В
from
этот
the
раз я
table.
возьму нож.
It would be difficult to
Хотел-
slay the princess and
хотел
save
не
the world
поможет.
without a weapon.
Против призрака-то.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would
Но
probably
дом
be doing
каждый
her a
раз
favor.
новый. В каждом руте он выглядит иначе. Потому что каждый рут — это отдельная история.
The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
Ghost!
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you. Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
Засейвимся.
Without a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade. It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
You're adorable when you're confused.
But I didn't say you could touch me.
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what? And if I knew you were going to murder me without even knowing who I was, I wouldn't have given you the chance.
We all make mistakes.
Вот этот трек тоже один из самых таких хороших в этой игре. Самый удачный. Один из самых удачных.
You swing at the princess once more, and once more your blade cuts through nothing as she disappears.
Really?
Her voice chides from elsewhere in the room. You whirl around, finding her hovering between you and the basement stairs, looking you over with grim disappointment. She draws in close.
I was willing to let bygones be bygones, killer. I was willing to ignore everything you did to me so we could get out of here, together. All I ever wanted was to leave this place. All I ever wanted was to find a way back home. Wherever home is.
Her eyes turn from wells of sorrow to pits of wrath as she stares into you.
I guess violence is the only language you speak.
She forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes?
Она вырвет нам сердце.
Nothing happens. Are you sure about that? And yet it didn't.
Not yet, but let's see if you stay that way.
You can't be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next. But it is over before the horrific splintering, the squelching of organs.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed. Starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
She's real now. If she's making us dead, we should return the favor.
Slay the princess.
You swing your blade towards her briefly corporeal throat. It connects. A gash widens across her neck, glowing ectoplasm leaking from the wound. But it's too little, too late. In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating heart. It thumps unsettlingly. Did we get her? Even if we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
See you soon, killer.
I'm afraid you'll never know. As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark, and you die.
Ага. Глава 3. Rough.
You're on a path in the
Ну, здесь
woods.
мы уже были,
And
да.
here we go again. Off to slay her.
Но что будет, если мы...
I see you brought that annoying knife again.
попробуем поговорить?
Are you waiting for a
Можно ли
chance to use
закончить
it?
этот рут на
Or
второй
are you
главе?
here for something else? Too little, too late. But you can still make things right.
She's not in a position to bargain with us. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. We don't have to do anything, but maybe we should. We did kill her. Wouldn't it be the moral thing to help her now that we have another chance? When a hero slays a monster, does he apologize to it? No. So don't try to make things right. She was going to end the world. You didn't do anything wrong, aside from apparently killing yourself, and that doesn't have much to do with her.
Откуда он знает?
How should I know? Why does anyone come back? Maybe I have unfinished business. All I know is there's a hole in my chest. A nagging reminder that I'm not where I'm supposed to be. Home.
And just where is home, I wonder?
I don't know where home is. I just know it isn't here. But I can feel it calling to me from someplace far away. Wherever I'm supposed to be, it's out there.
How specific. And how convenient for her. You see what she's doing, right? she's suggesting that the only way you can rid yourself of her would be to let her out, which, in case you haven't been listening, will spell the end of the entire world.
No, those bones are just a body. They aren't me. Bury them, smash them. It won't do a thing. But you can help me. This place won't let me leave. At least, not alone. I've tried. Before you came back to me,
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things. That'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride.
After all, you owe me.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us? She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly. You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
Это именно то, что я хочу попробовать.
Sure, why not?
That doesn't sound very reassuring. It could be the best way to trap her for good. Doesn't seem like it would be very easy to end the world from inside someone else's body. That is a very dangerous train of thought.
If I'm able to, but for all we know, that's not how it works. Maybe I'll wind up stuck with you for a long time.
Do you hear the way she said that? She knows more than she's letting on. Don't let her fool you into doing something you'll regret.
Then I won't hit your ride. I'm sure you'd like to know. It's a shame I won't tell you. But it'll be easier for both of us if you just let me in. And doesn't it sound nice?
Maybe for her, but it's crowded enough in here as is.
You won't have to feel guilty anymore. If you even do feel guilt. And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over. She's right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it. Oh, cut it out. You don't need to be so pathetic.
Sure. Did that make you feel better?
Ну как же. Немножечко, капельку индульгирования всего лишь. Капельку, капишечку. Продолжаем себя жалеть.
No, you're not doing that. That's right, don't you dare grovel. Mine is the only opinion that matters, and I'll never be disappointed in you. So long as you do as I say.
I don't know. Maybe I'll just fade away. Finally able to rest once. Maybe I'll haunt you. It's a tough question, asking someone what she's going to do with her life.
The princess leans in close and pauses, the frigid air between you stale and unmoving.
Especially when that someone is dead.
She pulls back with a playful giggle.
I don't think most living people could answer that either. Does anyone actually know who they are or what they want? I don't know. I just wanted to leave. I still just want to leave. The only thing I've ever wanted was to leave this place. It's still the only thing I want.
It does. We're not asking you. We've heard your whole speech already.
I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. I promise. The world doesn't matter. All I remember is that I'm supposed to be there, not here. I'm just supposed to be a part of it. It's home, I think. But what does it mean for anything to end? I ended, but I also didn't. I'm not so sure endings are real.
Are we putting this to a vote? Because personally, I'd prefer if we didn't die again.
If that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. But I don't see the point of offing ourselves just yet.
Oh, that's sweet of you to offer. But killing yourself wouldn't help either of us.
It would seem that everyone here is in agreement except for you. I shouldn't have to tell you that you shouldn't kill yourself. So please, try to keep your suicidal tendencies in check.
Like I said, I just want to go home. Well, yeah, you brought a knife with you. Was I supposed to just welcome you with open arms when you obviously had stabbing on the mind? It could have, but it wasn't. You can't blame me for threatening a would-be knife-wielding murderer, especially when that would-be knife-wielding murderer became an actual knife-wielding murderer. You don't look dead, killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
And you don't feel dead either.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are. But we've already been over that. So why don't you stop stalling and let me in? It's so cold out here. And if I knew you were going to murder me without even knowing who I was, I wouldn't have given you the chance.
We all make mistakes.
A boring question with an easy answer. Nothing. She's dead. Dead things can't hurt us.
That's for me to know, and for you to wonder about. Maybe I can't do anything to you.
See?
Or maybe I can rip your heart out.
А может.
Who's to say, really?
I don't like the uncertainty here. I don't know what to do or who to trust.
I wish that's how it worked, but this place won't let me go. I don't feel very dead, but I guess I'm not dead. So you must have only mostly killed me. Or maybe death is only mostly real, but it's also mostly not real. I'm not sure. I'm just the one these things have happened to, not the one with all the answers. Or any of the answers.
But we're not a ghost. Unless we are? Maybe that's why the mirror disappeared. We're actually dead. Death, at least as a form of permanence, is just a concept. And clearly it's not a very useful one anymore. Maybe we should throw it out entirely. See, this is why I didn't want you to talk to her. Death is not just a concept, it is an extremely real phenomenon. Don't let her distort your reality. Cold, hard facts exist. The truth exists. It has to. The princess glances back at the bones lying on the floor.
It's just a body. Do you believe these bones? Or do you believe me? Because those bones aren't talking to you.
She's seeing things pragmatically. We should do the same. Reality is what's in front of us, not our preconceptions of what it should be. There doesn't need to be a static truth. There doesn't need to be objectivity.
You poor thing. That must have been so
You know, after everything we've been through, it's nice to see someone finally sympathising with us. She doesn't mean it.
It serves you right.
I was pretty scared too, when you stood there not saying a word with a knife clenched.
It sounds like you got exactly what you were owed.
We could always try violence. She's a ghost. Who says ghosts are immune to violence? Common sense? There's nothing common or sensible about common sense. Action and observation are the only things that matter. Fine, then let me observe that the acts of killing her and killing ourselves haven't got us much of anywhere. We're still back in this cabin, we're still dealing with her, only now she has a good reason to hate us. I suppose you have a point. Do you have any ideas then? I don't know. Maybe we do what she wants. Maybe we let her possess us and walk out of here. We could. It would be something different. I like different. Absolutely not. If you walk her out of here, she's going to end the world. And is that really so bad? Yes, it is by its very definition bad. But those are the only options, aren't they? Violence or doing what she wants. Or just leaving her down here. Though ignoring a problem is rarely a solution, is it?
Вряд ли она позволит нам уйти.
This isn't a solution. Nobody wins here.
You're...
Oh, she's upset, isn't she?
You're abandoning me here?
It would seem so, yes.
After everything you've done to me, you've chosen to do more?
The princess starts to float erratically from side to side, her cold exterior melting away.
But if you're just leaving me, then I'm really just going to be stuck here forever. Then there's nothing I can do. It's just going to go on and on and on and on, lonely and sad and hurting and empty.
No, not that!
She's about to try something. Get ready. The princess passes through you, a chill rippling along your skin, a disappointed sigh echoing in your ears. You turn and face her as she hovers between you and the stairs. Spectral tears streak down her cheeks. Are we doing the right thing? Don't let her get to you. Her dark-rimmed eye.
I never wanted to have to hurt anybody. It's not who I wanted.
The tears on her cheeks vanish. She lifts her head, sorrow replaced with wrath, staring into you with fiery anger.
But I guess you've turned me into something worse.
She forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes?
Ясно. Дальше что будет? если мы скажем нет?
Oh, is that how it is? That's sad.
Это ее не остановит.
I guess we'll have to fight then.
The princess passes through you, a chill rippling. You turn and face her as she hovers. Spectral tears streak down her cheek. Are we doing the right thing? Don't let her get to you. It doesn't matter. Her dark-rimmed eyes fall to the floor as she speaks.
I never wanted to have to hurt anybody. It's not who I...
Но мы позволим ей в этот раз.
The princess swims through the air in front of you,
Посмотрим, что
pausing
будет.
for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul.
I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Come on, you. You've got to get up. I know everything feels heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
So, it doesn't work like that for you?
Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor, are they also supposed to be you?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass. I'm
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
a voice? I'm me is what I am.
Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too.
I'm clearly the same thing you are.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you either?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
So, you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
Наратор — это эхо. Это
That's
эхо.
rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she's nowhere to be seen.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
You don't have to let him get to you. You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
Так. Но если я прирежу себя, то мы окажемся в 3 главе.
Isn't that an interesting idea? I
Правда ведь?
hadn't even considered it as an option. Slaying her would slay you. Are you sure you're willing to do that? Of course we're sure. The decision has already been made. All right then. Better this than ferrying her out of here.
What do you think you're doing?
Hear that? She's scared. No point wasting more time. Do it.
Do it.
You lift the blade. then plunge it deep into your guts. Pain spreads quickly through your torso as you attempt to turn its edge up towards your heart.
No!
The princess, her spirit bound to your prison of flesh as she had once been bound to the basement's prison of stone, cries out in agony as you slice through organ and muscle. Your skin roils and bucks as she violently pushes against it from the inside. Bits of her seep through, white and glowing with ethereal light, but still the walls of your prison hold.
Is this really what you wanted? Do you hate me so much that you would kill yourself just to deny me freedom?
Yes, he would, because he knows what's at stake, and he knows what will happen if you leave this place. I'm not so sure about all of that. Don't be modest. You're a hero.
Do you think I'm just going to stick around while you die? Hell no, I'm leaving.
You can try if you want, but I think this is an end for all of us.
Out, let me out, let me out, let me out!
The princess's form continues struggling to pull itself out of you, but the effort is in vain. You collapse to your knees. Your vision blurs, then starts to fade. And then what happens? I think he's gone. Just like everything else. Are we dead? I don't know. I don't think so. This is different than it was last time.
А голоса спорят. Призрак принцессы вылез из тела, однако.
Do you think we're done? Do you?
И его забрали. Значит, все-таки можно во второй главе это завершить. Не обязательно в третью переходить. Ну, ради интереса, Что будет, если покинуть подвал?
It's okay. We're almost out of here. Just take it one step at a time, and everything will be fine.
Everything won't be fine if you listen to her. One way or another, this is all going to end.
Возможно,
Wouldn't
рассказчик
it be nice if he ends with it?
решит прикончить нас.
Wouldn't that be nice? There's only one way to find out.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
I do. Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world? It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world. Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world. I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn? Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs, staggering through the open door. For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
Maybe the bossy one doesn't actually hate me. Maybe he even likes me. Or maybe he just knows that he's been in the wrong. Maybe he's trying to make amends too.
Not at all. I'll have you know that I do hate you, and I will continue to hate you for as long as I am able. It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate. And whine. This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen. You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
We're so close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get out of here, I won't even care that you murdered me anymore.
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will. Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
Открыть дверь.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open. You collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see... yes?
Nothing. He's gone, and so is everything else.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose. But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world? We're still here. Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it, or have we never been part of the world?
Okay, I've heard enough from these two. Let's see if I can pop out. I'm out. You actually freed me, didn't you? I'm outside. Thanks for giving me a second chance, Fuller.
Don't mention it.
I think this is where I meant to be.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? I would have kept them in the dark if I were you. What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
Зеркалом. И... Ничто. Nothing at all. А вот и эхо. Даже хардсейв сделаем.
I think you know what I am.
В принципе, мы с ним уже говорили. В задницу его. Нам не нужны ответы. От штуки, которая живет в зеркале. Мы уже все знаем, что нужно знать. И ничего здесь нет. Пока что.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly. Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
15 Mound, Long Quiet. Мне кажется, даже в этот раз она как-то... Кажется, как-то подобрее, чем вчера. Улыбается.
Names are there. Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echoes spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation? If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rational violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. A shiver passes through you as unseen fingers, cold as the grave, dance across your skin. They remember the violence you inflicted on them, and yet they do not return it. I offer you a path to your redemption, and you take my hand in yours. You felt the pain you caused another, and you were willing to sacrifice everything you thought was you to set me free. Without sin, there is no redemption. And yet there is nothing left for you to sacrifice, so long as you accept me with open arms.
A boundless torrent of blades cut you from boundless angles. You are a body. You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it. On it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts, are not you. Alive, dead, alive, dead, alive, dead, then alive and dead, and alive and dead, all at once. You learned to put yourself away and to follow the flow of reality. And you used it to humble me, to show me how far I was from what I needed to be. You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives, and yet it is all so far behind you. Unjust impossibilities pushed you to become something you would never have been without them.
But violence has defined the thread of everything between us. Do not deny what we are, and do not color our conflict with fear. What is a person? Is it their body? Is it all of their body? Pluck the eyes, peel the skin, strip the tendons, mince the meat, grind the bones. When it is all gone, do you still have who you started with? A person is not a body. Death is a transformation into something new. It is only bodies that feel it. The Echo saw horror because his eyes were closed. The majesty of being extends beyond any single perspective.
You become nothing. A black hole of self-loathing fed by the matter of your restless thoughts. You are terrified of a power so far beyond you that it strips the meaning from your every action. But at the feet of that power, the dark parts of you cannot help but burn away. Your inadequacies reduced to cinders by the blazing light of the divine. When I proclaimed my godhood and presented you with a place by my side in my new creation, you gladly took it. Without me, there is no future to look towards. It is hope that carves meaning into consciousness.
Their suffering is born of their own delusion. Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together. It is from my vantage point that I can see the totality of truth. This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go.
На удивление, звучит неплохо. Получается и так хорошо. Получается, что так.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to. Apparently that's not true, but we can worry about it later, She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there.
It's time to resume our...
She's relentless, isn't she? You can't, and lucky for you, I'm not going to let you try.
Нет, нет, нет. Этой дорогой мы уже ходили.
This universe...
Должно быть что-то еще. Не может кончиться так. Не хочу убивать тебя, но и не хочу освобождать.
There is no something else. This, what we are, is everything.
Whatever you're trying to do right now.
Все равно голос появляется. Привет, Перунчик. А мы уже на финишной прямой. А если мы попробуем с ней уйти?
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words.
Ой, как
The
я только
final
не
peace
проходил.
lies with you.
Куча всего проскипал, чтобы посмотреть, что получится. Куча загрузочек было разных. По-моему, я все руты потрогал. Не все из них видел, но потрогал точно все. Какие есть. Освободить себя. You fall into yourself.
I love you.
Вы свободны. И она с тобой. Ух. Это мне кажется, или это трава растет? Или это просто узоры так интересным образом двигаются? Ну, красиво, красиво, да. Смысл какой-то в моих действиях? Да, конечно. Я коротко об этом говорил в начале, в середине стрима, тебя, естественно, не было. Но здесь в игре нету места психодела. Тут нету психодела. Как там в комментариях написал. Ну, в принципе, можно повторить, да, что это love story, история любви, ее стоит воспринимать именно так. История о разбитом сердце, рефлексия автора на тему отношений. Все это вот в такой художественной, образной форме, в форме аллегорий. Аллегории, аналогии. Вот так вот где-то витиевато, где-то напрямую. Да не, я думаю, это просто сложности восприятия на стрим. Опять же, игра на английском, я не перевожу. Мы просто слушаем, по сути. Вот, как аудиокнигу, так что очень легко какие-то моменты упустить. Ничего странного в этом нету. Ну, я воспринимаю это так, что каждый раунд это вот как отдельная такая история. А в конце идет супер рефлексия. Там по мелочам можно, конечно, пройтись, поразбирать. Но сейчас это не имеет смысла. И вряд ли будет иметь смысл. По крайней мере, я его особо не вижу. Вот есть такие интересные детали, интересные фразы. Вот, но... Да. Это уже какая-то философия пойдет. А это... Это уже рационализация излишняя. Проходить как пацифист, а ты не можешь проходить как пацифист, Перун. Сама история построена так, что принцесса будет умирать рассказчик. Ты тоже будешь умирать. Так или иначе, вы будете причинять друг другу боль. И все в таком духе. Здесь есть гнев, здесь есть скорбь, здесь есть обожание, любовь, страх. Самые разные вот эти вот чувства, эмоции. Здесь для всего нашлось место. По крайней мере, для основных каких-то. Не, ну тут есть руты, где ты отказываешься от ножа. Это ведет несколько к иным рутам, направлениям. Тоже по-своему интересным. Вначале я вообще пытался там проскипать все. Ну, тоже там это, возможно, до какого-то момента, потом все равно. То есть я получил концовку забвения, где вообще отказывался делать какой-либо выбор. Из интересного хотелось бы попробовать отказываться делать выбор с самого начала. Еще в концовке, где ты убиваешь себя, там ты получаешь good ending, в кавычках. К сожалению, нам не дали посмотреть его до конца. Из-за того, что уже продвинулись по сюжету. До сих пор из интересного поиграться с последовательностью, в которых закрывать, в которой, последовательность, где ты закрываешь руты в определенном порядке. На что это влияет? Есть отличия. Некоторые главы, например, да. В некоторых рутах есть 3-я, 4-я глава, хотя ты можешь закончить уже на 2-й главе. На что это влияет? Вот даже сегодня сколько мы сидим? 7,5 часов. Ну, я бы сказал, что тут еще есть что поизучать. Ладно, я думаю, посмотрели уже на травку растущую. Рождается новый мир, пора его бахать. Нету слов, нету мыслей, чтобы описать абсолютную реальность. Что-то, что просто есть. Бесконечность.
Everything, just like it always has been, and just like it always will be.
Ты и она делаете шаг вперед. 1000 новых рассветов, 1000 закатов, каждый из которых содержит 1000 других. Все так, как оно должно быть. Конфликт. Несмотря на то, что конфликт в твоей природе, вы двое никогда не будете одни. Никогда не узнаете страха. Ты и она наконец-то дома. You and she are finally home. В принципе, эта концовка мне нравится так же, как и предыдущая. Что та, что это. Ну, в каком-то смысле ты прав. Как бы не буду спорить насчет этого. Просто это больше рассказ, история, нежели прям какой-то супер интерактив. Здесь есть выбор, но выбор — это скорее новый взгляд. Как сказано в игре, новая концепция, с которой можно поиграться, посмотреть на историю с другой стороны, другая перспектива. Но в целом, да, как бы прям такой финальный выбор, финальная концовка. Если воспринимать их как концовки, то их не так уж и много. Но выборов много. Не стоит это забывать. Рейзер, Обливион, да, вот Обливион, Фури. Принцесса, Рейзер. Апофеозис. Апофеоз. Ладно. Но это еще не все. Это пока что еще не все. Еще кое-что надо проверить.
Then try to destroy me if you can. But I will not yield easily to your delusion.
You don't have to face her alone.
Все равно герой появляется.
Nothing brings me greater joy than
Это то же самое.
I love you.
I love you.
Then try to destroy me if you can. But I... There is no something...
Whatever you're trying... I don't think you can. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that
О,
divine
я не знаю, созрел ли я для второй части.
There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this
Ну вот, теперь мне захотелось в термину поиграть. Ну, пока что посопротивляюсь какое-то время. Проблема в том, что если ты начнешь играть и потом пройдешь, то уже будет не во что играть. А так, пока ты не проходишь, тебе есть во что поиграть. С другой стороны, всегда можно не заканчивать. Это мы любим, это мы умеем.
You can't, and lucky for you, I'm not going to let you try. And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things? That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place. Oh, you made it here too? We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean. No hard feelings about taunting us with our deaths, by the way. I thought it was funny. Not sure about the others, though. They're not happy. Oh, they'll get over it.
Голосам не понравилось, что я их запугивал.
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this through. Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything. Only it doesn't feel so terrifying anymore. It's still shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a door to the basement, a table, that knife. Windows.
Windows?
You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions, did he? He mentioned the windows when we broke them. No mirror this time, either. I think it did whatever it needed to do. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade. Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing somebody across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat with that kind of power. Me too. He was a lot of fun. Really easy to mess with. Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
Игра со зрителями, эмоциями. Ну, хорошая история и должна быть такой. По определению. Самое главное, чтобы история работала. А история работает. Не хочу брать нож. Попробуем
No
без
blade
ножа.
it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far. If that's what you think is best, then that's what you think is best. I'm just along for the ride at this point. Those winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
Ты слишком механистически подходишь. Наверное, профессиональная деформация немножечко. Это же все не только ниточки, шестереночки, винтики. Это определенные идеи, определенная мысль, повествование. Но это разные истории. Здесь это романтическая история. Сигналисе, да, одиночество, безнадега. Ну, там тоже есть вот эта вот романтика своя. Там тоже отношения затрагиваются. Но там, да, согласен, что более глубокие темы. Ну, или, по крайней мере, там реализовано это немножко иначе. Такой в более, с одной стороны, доступной форме, но более удачный. Плюс там есть персонажи, с которыми гораздо проще себя ассоциировать. Вот. Здесь достаточно условно. Особо не получается кому-то сопереживать. Ты можешь только пропускать это через себя. И дальше это либо тебя цепляет, у тебя есть определенные какие-то наработки, какой-то опыт, что-то такое, за что может это зацепиться, либо нет, либо это проходит. То есть тут гораздо сложнее зацепиться. Ну, про это я тоже говорил. Чего повторяться.
Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
Вообще забавно, что снова лестницы
It's
появились.
okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time.
По-моему, лестница вниз была
I
совершенно
don't know
другой.
what you want from us, but let's
Вчера.
talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
She doesn't sound
All of
messy
us?
anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together. And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time.
Oh.
Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart.
Это несколько иначе, чем было в прошлый раз. Вчера, когда мы оказались здесь в подвале, она была, ну, принцессой. А теперь это принцесса из первого рута, который сегодня был. Stranger. Где вот эта вот неопределенность, рут противоречий, рут неопределенности. Где все пути и сразу.
Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
О, ну это просто отношения с другими людьми. Я лишь про это говорил.
So you didn't bring the knife. After all the lives we've lived together, and all the lives we haven't, you somehow found a way to move outside of the script.
Outside of the script. Вне сценария. Интересно.
Are we missing a page?
Ну, дратути, дратути. You the same.
Yes, we think. We're kind of like a shadow.
Shadow.
Out there, every part of us is blended together into one huge idea. A big wave of unyielding change crashing against the world.
Ну, это сложно. Ну, я бы сказал, что тебя не обязаны цеплять какие-то аллегории. Это вполне нормально. Не вижу в этом проблемы.
But in here, we're fractured. Small. Still a little more separate than we'd like to be. Our instincts still trying to pull us in different directions.
That's kind of like us, isn't it? Yeah, we really are the same.
Не, я так не считаю. Синдром поиска глубинного смысла. Ну, тебе просто нравятся немножко другие вещи. Тебе нравится лор, осмысленные такие вот штуки, прописанные характеры, прописанные истории. Когда все размыто, когда там предлагают какие-то более абстрактные вещи, какой-то абстрактный вижен. Вот, это немножко не то. Тебе кажется недописанным, недоделанным. Это нормально воспринимать так. Ничего в этом нету.
It's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her. But we weren't very good at it. I don't think a conversation with us then would have been very insightful.
Плюс тут даже не то, чтобы много философии какой-то. Я бы сказал, ее здесь очень мало. Больше психологии, наверное.
That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
Time to change again.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us. Just like that. You know, that means a lot. Hard agree. Seems overrated. Too much pressure.
Ну да, быть богом так себе.
But that's what you've always been. Even now. You can't put aside such an important part of who you are. And neither can we. So, you might as well embrace it.
Only thing left for us is to do is leave. Что если мы уйдем? Просто уйдем.
He'd hate that. So you should do it. Even if he isn't here anymore, it's the spirit of the thing.
Leave? But what would happen if we left with you? Would we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible or what that would mean for you? Is that what you want?
Если мы уйдем вместе. А чем это отличается от того, что мы только что делали?
After so many iterations, so many different versions of us clashing and coming together and clashing again, leaving with you feels like all we ever really wanted.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you. Yeah, I think we've done our job.
О, голоса уходят в этой концовке.
We're not alone. We have each other. And I'm sure we'll find the others.
Герой и дух противоречия. Держась за руки, покинули подвал последний раз. Приятная тишина. На месте того, что было заполнено насилием, громкими словами, навязчивыми мыслями. В этой тишине что-то есть, какое-то электричество, какое-то предвкушение неизвестного. Пырит на дверь. Руки дрожат. Чувствуется неуверенность.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything that could ever come to pass. It's comfortable there, but it's confining. We want more. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door. Something new that we'll experience together, with someone who exists outside of us. With someone who can see us in a way we can never see ourselves. And we love you too.
Неизвестное вместе. Unknown together. Буквально по последним композициям, по названию можно называть концовку. Unknown together.
No blade, if that's what you think. Those wind, yeah.
It's we don't.
And forward we go. That was easy. Yeah. That.
So you didn't. Are we?
Конечно, что будет, если ее зарезать? Будет та же концовка или нет? Что и вчера.
He'd hate that. So you
Leave? Is that after so many iterations?
think I'm. Yeah. Yeah. It wouldn't feel right. We'll be okay. See? I'm not even alone.
Это то же самое. Нам нужно взять нож.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything. That it's comfortable there, with someone who can see us in a way we can never see ourselves.
Обычно самые удачные игры — это игры, где, грубо говоря, геймеры делают игру для геймеров. Потому что они делают игру для себя. И это очень много в игру добавляет. А дальше уже, да, идет это жанровая специфика. Сериал «Берсерк». Именно сериал? Возьмем нож.
That's probably for the best. It's always seems to give us more things we can do, right?
Забавно, что курсор снова поменялся. Мы держим правильной хваткой.
So you're not gonna suggest we throw it out the window?
В этот раз мы не выкинем его в окно.
No, we've been through too much for that. And he's gone, so there's no one left to mess with but ourselves. You've gotten serious. Besides, what's the third beat? It isn't funny if we toss it out the window twice. There's the guy I know.
Попробовать выкинуть его? Надо попробовать.
You actually did it! I know I just told you not to, but I'm proud that you did it anyways. It's like you've finally left the nest. Yeah, just like that it's gone, isn't it? Blade tossed, glass shattered. I guess we'll have to make do without it. There's your third beat. Hey! You're right. Good work. That was really funny.
Там глубина, там проработка. Там прям глубокая проработка. В конце концов, это автора и погубило. Ибо тяжко. Тяжелый труд. Я про то, что это тяжелый труд.
So, no, you've gotten sick. Besides, there's the guy.
Лучший враг хорошего.
Those winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? Yeah, it was...
It's okay. We don't know what you want from us, but let's...
She doesn't sound... And forward we go. We shouldn't keep... It was easy compared to last time. Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart.
Ну, кстати, даже несмотря на то, что мы закрыли Рут Стрэнджера первым, она все равно здесь присутствует в концовке.
Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
So, you brought the knife. After everything you've seen, and all the lives we've lived together, you still aren't sure what you want to do? Unless you are. We just hope you're sure of yourself, one way or the other.
Что если мы сядем с ней? I'm sorry.
We don't think there's a way for us to leave, but maybe there doesn't have to be an ending.
The way it all works seems to be based on you. If you believe we can do something, then we can do it. So believe that we can put it all back. Believe we can fix this place. And believe we can make us all forget.
Когда она говорит, что все зависит от нас, мне кажется, что это все сон собаки. Также мне кажется, что это недалеко от правды.
Believe we can send us
Но
all
делает
back
ли
to the
это сон
beginning,
собаки
before
плохим
anyone
сном
woke up,
собаки?
before the truth consumed us.
Большой вопрос. Сны — это сны. Это... Что это, как не сновидение? Один большой-большой сон. В конце мы просыпаемся. Не правда ли?
Can they really do that? Are you sure that's what you want? Why wouldn't it be what we want? Especially if it brings him back? We can't keep going without a nemesis.
В конце концов, все равно окажемся в подвале. Не хочу быть один, есть ли другой путь? Не поздно ли снова стать богом? А если мы соглашаемся?
Okay. If this is your choice, then speak for yourself. Maybe I'll see you two, maybe I won't. They take the blade from our hand and stare fondly into our eyes.
Everything is going to be okay. We love you.
Это просто хард-ресет.
You're on a path. You're here to...
Это просто хард-ресет. Обманули. Дурака на 4 кулака.
If you believe we can give them more time, then we can give them more time. It's all up to you.
Yeah. Don't underestimate the power of our thoughts. You've seen what they can do. You haven't even seen the half of it.
Maybe we have. Maybe we haven't. We can't know something like that. But we're choosing to do it now. And maybe we'll just keep doing it again and again forever. It's almost comforting to know we can keep meeting each other over and over again. That's okay. We have to be able to trust that whatever choices we make,
they're the right choices. Maybe we'll continue the loop of forgetting and restarting forever. Or maybe we'll decide, at some point, that it's time for things to end. There's no turning back now. You came down here with the knife, which means the knife has to get used, or there wouldn't have been any meaning to taking it. And this place is all about meaning. But if that's what you want, you can always hope that the next you will want that too. But there's only one way to give him that choice.
Yeah. We're already here, and we've already brought the blade, and nobody wanted to throw it out the window. We can't just go back now. One way or another, we'll have to see this through.
Чего не хватает в ПЗ? Гномов. Гномов с бородами. Я прав?
There's your third beat. Hey, you're right. There it is. Can't say it's very funny, though.
Как мы можем доверять себе? Наши воспоминания пропали. Каждый раз надо решать все заново, вечно. Будет ли что-то иначе?
When we first met each other in the long quiet,
Бесконечная рефлексия.
something inside of us. Something we couldn't recognize or understand. And we can't say we fully understand it now. A warmth when we look at you. The kind you don't realize you're missing until it's come back.
Не, нож мы
Every time
применим.
we hurt each other, every time something
Что
awful
мы его просто
happened,
так, что ли, брали?
it was still there, undercutting the pain on the surface with a constant, soothing glow. That warmth is never going to go away, and that's why we believe in you. Our options are limited to what that knife offers us, but we don't want to influence you. We're sure you'll do what you think is best. If it's time for it to be over, it's time for it to be over. As much as we might want a few more precious lifetimes with you. We don't want to forget you either, but that's what we would have to do.
A single tear forms in one eye and slides down their cheek. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
I don't think we ever really forget, anyway. There's always something that draws us back together. Some buried memory that both of us treasure.
В смысле, какой вопрос, кролик? Почему нельзя не применять нож? Ну, я ответил, мы применим нож. Посиделок в своем палаточном лагере по ночам на картах размером X3 или X5. Ой, только не это. Только не лагерь. Нет, Перун, нет. Не надо. В Mass Effect это было, в BG3 это было, господи, где это только не было. Это же зло. Каждый раз надо с каждым поболтать. Уа. В Dragon Age, да, Dragon Age вспоминается тоже. Ну и потом в проклятых землях уже есть такое место. Это карта, когда ты на карту выходишь. Такое переходное место. А ты хочешь добавить еще одно. То есть такое место, где время остановилось, оно не движется. Вот. Но проблема в том, что оно уже там есть. Просто, да, ты не можешь там походить по карте, но ты можешь посмотреть на карту, почитать квесты, с инвентарем поколупаться. То есть оно, в принципе, преследует те же цели. Да, и болтать не нужно. Это, наоборот, большой плюс. Если мы, конечно, не задаемся целью проработать персонажей, прям проработать. Они и так, в принципе, неплохие. Уже лучше не портить. Ну, возможно, не понимаю, потому что это надо развить эту идею. Я пока слишком мало знаю об этом. Don't want to be alone again.
You'll be back here again, sooner than you think. And then we'll part ways again, and find each other, and part ways, and find each other. It's like we're never really alone. Because even the time we spend apart is time spent chasing these moments of reunion. And they're all the sweeter for the isolation in between, don't you think?
That's beautiful.
Ох.
You've really grown a heart, haven't you?
Спасибо голосу противоречия, духу противоречия. Это совсем пафосно все это было. Или слишком излишне романтично.
And when we do, we can choose to do it all again. We'll always be able to start over, if that's what all of us want. There's no need to apologize. We are what we are, and this is in your nature. Even through everything, through all the worlds we've seen and experienced, through all the lives we've known and lost, we could never imagine a world without you and us. It doesn't feel possible. Despite it all, we've always loved you. We hope you don't regret what comes next.
Вот, принцесса пропала. У нас груз на сердечке. Уничтожив ее раз и навсегда, также уничтожил частичку себя. Продолжается.
She's gone. And I don't think she's coming back. Is that a metaphor, or are you being literal? It doesn't matter, we don't need to linger down here anymore. Let's get going. That's right. We've got a whole world to see.
Мне кажется, здесь это будет та же концовка, что вчера, с голосами.
It's quiet here. Yeah, there's not a lot for us to do, is there?
Жалко, я не помню, как она там называлась. Тропинка и лес. Чистый холст. А, есть много того, что можно повидать за пределами этого места. Плоды твоего труда. Мир, свободный от смерти. И тут Ктулху просыпается.
It shouldn't be that hard to break out of here. We're some sort of god, aren't we? He's gone. She's gone. No one is left to trap us here but us.
Ну да, это как вчера. А, нет, я вспомнил. Называлась New Dawn, да, новая заря, новый рассвет. Опять же мы встречаем абсолютную реальность, выкованную нашей волей и циклами кровопролития.
We didn't forget what you told us.
Что-то новенькое.
You thought we'd be gone. Thought you could taunt us with death. We never left. We've just been quiet, hiding somewhere else. But we don't need to be quiet any longer.
We're the house now. We get to make the rules. And I'm not sure you'll like those new rules.
You should never make assumptions about things you don't know, like whether or not the voices in your head will be gone for good. Torturer. And to think I thought we could rely on you. Can't even trust ourselves. This is going to be fun, isn't it?
Ладно, эта концовка отличается от той, что я вчера получил. В этот раз я рассорился со всеми голосами в голове. Как это здорово.
Slaying our beloved and threatening us with damnation. There's no good ending for you.
You all need to lighten up. Telling us we were going to die was funny. I'm not sure they agree with you. Voices get around. Knives out, boys. It's time to get to work.
Transformation. Так вот можно обозвать эту концовку. Апофеоз, трансформация. Еще одна концовка, название которой вот буквально только что вылетело у меня из головы. Буквально с языка. Ух. Ладно, сколько мы уже? 8 часов, господи. 8 часов сидим. Надо уже заканчивать. В принципе, осталось, чтобы посмотреть парочку рутов, да. Все основные концовки, я думаю, мы увидели. Может быть, есть, конечно... Ну, есть по определению концовка с бездной еще, да. Забвение. Эбис. Обливион. Мы ее глянули. Но хотелось бы проверить, что будет, если мы сразу начнем скипать с самого старта игры. Вот. Концовки руты Дамзеля, Тауэра, еще разочек. Беста мы не видели. Призонера мы не видели. Вот их хотелось бы глянуть. Ну а так да, мне кажется, по эндингам мы прям прошлись конкретно в этот раз. А, еще был Good Ending. Да, вот Good Ending хотелось бы посмотреть одним из первых. Получается, нам нужно в рут призрака войти. Через него. Также непонятно, есть ли разница, если заканчивать некоторые руты, ну, не на второй главе, там, на третьей, на четвертой или наоборот. На четвертой, на третьей, вместо того, чтобы заканчивать на второй. Потому что в конце вот это вот финальный батл замес, он меняется. Он точно меняется. появляются новые диалоги. Так что да, возможно, еще один стримчик будет. Не обязательно завтра, конечно. Вот вообще ни разу не обязательно, что завтра. Но, возможно, в ближайшее время. Да, ребят, вам тоже спасибо. Хорошо посидели. Так что, да. Спасибо за внимание. Спасибо за компанию. Всем хорошего настроения, как всегда, желаю. До новых встреч. Да, в ближайшие 5 месяцев именно. Ну не, я надеюсь, что не так долго. Пока-пока.